Wider World 2nd Edition, Student's Book, Level 4, by Carolyn Barraclough and Bob Hastings, with Fiona Bedell and James Savory. Published by Pearson. Copyright Pearson Education Limited, 2022. Track 0.1.
Bea Baxter is 16. Bea and her cousin Abe Kerr live in New Park, near London. They usually get on really well and spend a lot of time together. Abe's good at photography and his new hobby is baking. He likes hiking and cycling. His friend, Erin King, loves tennis and enjoys cycling with Abe, although he sometimes has problems with his bike. Bea and her best friend Carla Silver are classmates. They aren't neighbours, but Carla lives in the next street, so they often see each other. Carla likes acting and art. She has first aid classes every week too. Bea doesn't do first aid classes. She prefers to do gardening and programming in her free time. Bea and Carla sometimes play frisbee with Abe and Erin in a local park. They usually have fun. The park's a great place to relax, and they all like hanging out there.
Track 0.2.
Aunt, best friend, classmate, cousin, grandmother, great-grandfather, half-sister, neighbour, parents, relative, stepbrother, stepfather.
Track 0.3.
Have you got your timetable for this term yet?
Yes, I'm actually looking forward to Monday mornings. I have biology first and then information technology.
Why do you like biology so much? It's the worst science subject.
Biology's fun. And it's easy. I have to say, IT is the best though. I'd love to do some more programming. I might do a science discovery project this year too.
Sometimes I just don't understand you.
Well, that's because you're really good at art and creative subjects.
True. Hey, do you want to try some after-school classes?
Yeah, why not? Let's have a look at the list.
What about first aid?
You're joking. I need to do something more relaxing after school.
We can join drama club.
I guess it's better than chess. Or football.
Track 0.4.
School subjects: history, information technology, IT, physics. Places at school: canteen, library. Types of assessment: practical exam, project. Verbs: learn, revise, take exams.
Track 0.5.
My mum and I are having an amazing time in Istanbul this month. We're visiting my grandparents in the city centre. We're being tourists as well and exploring the city. We're by the Bosphorus today. We're sitting in a cafe at the moment. I'm writing my blog and uploading some photos, and Mum's watching boats go by. My mum is originally from Turkey, so she's visiting some of her old school friends here in Istanbul. I'm spending a lot of time with my cousins because they live near my grandparents. I don't understand much Turkish, so I'm glad my cousins speak good English. I'm trying to use some basic Turkish phrases, but I'm not learning very fast. We aren't staying in Istanbul much longer. School term starts next week, so we have to fly home at the weekend. I'm looking forward to catching up with my friends when I get back to New Park. I message them every day. I hope they're missing me.
Track 0.6.
Chat online. Chat with people. Download apps. Download songs. Film a video. Go online. Make a video. Message someone. Post on social media. Send links. Send videos. Share links. Share videos. Text someone. Upload pictures. Upload videos. Write a blog.
Track 0.7.
I'm trying to learn Turkish. I'm not having lessons at school. I go online to learn basic grammar and vocabulary. When I'm not on holiday with my family in Turkey, I often chat with my grandparents on the phone. I also download songs in Turkish to my phone so I can listen and learn the words. I have 2 Turkish cousins, and we often share links to music videos. I sometimes message them in Turkish, and they like to upload pictures and videos of my grandparents.
Track 0.8.
Means of transport. Boat. Plane. Train. Coach. Ferry. Types of holiday. Activity camp. Beach holiday. City break. Accommodation. Hostel. Hotel. B&B. Bed and breakfast. Campsite. Activities. Horse riding. Sailing. Sunbathing. Hiking. Sightseeing.
Track 0.9.
This is Carla Silva. Her dad, Pedro, is from Brazil. He came to England many years ago to study, but he found a job, so he decided to stay. He met Carla's mum, Alicia, when they were at college in London. Alicia was born in Spain, but her parents moved to the UK when she was a baby. Last summer, Carla and her parents had a great holiday. They spent a month in Brazil. They flew from London to Sao Paulo, hired a car, and drove all over the country. They did lots of wonderful things. They sailed on the Amazon River, went horse riding, saw some amazing animals, sunbathed on some beautiful beaches, and stayed in some great hotels and campsites. They also visited Pedro's family, so Carla got to know lots of relatives. She spoke Portuguese with them. Carla didn't want the holiday to end.
Track 0.10. 1.
Why did Carla's dad come to England?
2.
When did Carla's mum's parents move to England?
3.
How did Carla and her parents travel to Brazil last summer?
4.
How did they get around the country?
5.
Did Carla enjoy her holiday?
Track 0.11.
Catch a bus. Catch a ferry. Catch a train. Drive a car. Fly a helicopter. Ride a bicycle. Ride a horse. Sail a boat. Sail a yacht. Take a bus. Take a train. Travel abroad. Travel by bus.
Track 0.12.
This is Abe Kerr. His mum is American and his dad is English. Before, they lived in the US, but then they moved to New Park. Abe and his dad have been here for a year now. His mum hasn't been here for so long, only since April. At first, Abe found England boring compared to the US, and he didn't think much of the food. But since then, he's discovered some amazing new places and met some lovely people, and now he thinks it's a cool place to live. Abe has done a lot of exciting things this year. He's taken some awesome photos, and recently he's taken up a new hobby, film making. He's already directed a film. He's also run a 5K race, but he hasn't taken part in any longer races yet. Since he arrived, he's spent a lot of time hanging out with his cousin Bea, and he's made some great new friends, especially Erin and Carla. They've had a lot of fun together.
Track 0.13.
Direct a film. Discover new places. Hang out with friends. Run a race. Take a photo. Take part in a marathon. Take up a hobby.
Track 0.14.
Where are you, darling?
I'm in the park with my friends, Mum.
Oh, I thought you were at Bee's.
We were. We played a video game and had some lunch. Then we came to the park to meet Abe and Erin. Where are you?
Your dad and I are having a coffee in the shopping centre.
Oh, have you bought anything interesting?
Yes, we've bought some new curtains for the living room.
Oh, that's really interesting.
And some of those cakes you like so much.
Oh, great. Thanks, Mum. Oh no.
What is it?
It started to rain. It's raining a lot.
Oh dear.
Mum, can you come and pick us up in the car?
Yes, no problem. The park's on the way home from the shopping centre.
Thanks.
Track 1.1.
Positive. Calm. Cheerful. Delighted. Pleased. Negative. Anxious. confused, disappointed, exhausted, stressed, upset. Both positive and negative. Surprised.
Track 1.2.
Achieve. Aim. Fail. Improve. Manage. Reach. Succeed.
Track 1.3.
Breakdown. Get on with. Give up. Keep on. Put off. Work out.
Track 1.4. 1,
Do your best.
2,
Get something right. Get something wrong.
3,
Get things done.
4,
Give something a go.
5,
Make decisions.
6,
Make mistakes.
7,
Make progress.
8,
Make the most of something.
9,
Take it easy.
10.
Take something seriously.
Track 1.5.
I feel anxious about making mistakes because I always feel so upset when things go wrong. I want to do my best, but it's really hard for me to make decisions. I just keep putting them off. I need to learn to get things done and start enjoying life. Lyle, Glasgow.
Lyle, you're suffering from a fear of failure. You've got to learn to take it easy. It's not the end of the world if you get something wrong. Nobody succeeds all the time. If you want to make the most of your life, you need to change the way you think. You should work out what you really want to do and just give it a go. Contact a friend and start making plans together now. Go on, get on with it. Be brave. Aidan.
Track 1.6.
Get the most out of your mornings. I don't find it easy to get out of bed and get ready in the morning. When I'm feeling sleepy, I don't want to get up. All the statements below are true for me. I think I need help. I always press snooze when my alarm goes off at 7 a.m. I love to stay in bed as long as possible. I spend ages in the shower because I always listen to my favourite playlist. It's often hard to find my clothes because they're in a pile on a chair or on the floor. I don't always have time for breakfast, so I have a snack instead. Which statements are true for you? Be honest. Are you looking for ideas to improve your morning routine? Zach's not a morning person either, but he's making progress this term. Today, Zach and I have our friend Joe with us. We're sharing some fresh ideas on how we can get the most out of our mornings on school days.
Track 1.7.
Good morning! I know lots of people are listening to this podcast. Are you getting ready for school right now? For some of us, that's a difficult time of day.
I agree. I hate getting up early.
But I hear you're changing your morning routine, Zach.
Yes. I'm not often late for school, but I'm usually in a rush. So this term, I'm trying to change. I set my alarm 10 minutes earlier than usual. Then I have a wake-up playlist on my phone. It starts with some gentle tracks and ends with 2 lively songs.
How's it going? Is it helping?
Yes, it is. When I listen to my playlist, I never feel stressed and I'm happy to start the day. It's a simple idea, but I think it's working.
Well, you arrive at school on time now, so things are definitely getting better. I might make a morning playlist myself.
You should, Mel.
Now, Joe, I know you're always at school early. How do you do that?
Easy. There's only one bus from my village in the morning. I have to catch it, so I can't be late.
That's true. I live near the school, so I don't have to get up early. Do you have any advice to help us?
Sure. Well, first, I always put my phone on the other side of the room at bedtime. So when the alarm goes off in the morning, I have to get out of bed to switch it off.
No, I couldn't do that.
It's easy. And I put my phone in my school bag as soon as I get up. So I don't check my messages until I'm on the bus. It saves me about 10 minutes every morning.
Clever.
What great ideas, Joe. Thanks so much. Now it's time for our new...
Track 1.8.
I think I waste a lot of time in the morning, so I'm trying to change my routine this term. First of all, I make the most of my time on the bus journey to school. I sometimes revise for tests, but I prefer to listen to Spanish podcasts because they're more interesting. I'm learning lots of new words and phrases with this routine. I think my Spanish is improving, and I'm doing well in class now. I know my accent is getting better too.
Track 1.9.
New beginnings. Changing schools is always a challenge. But what happens if your new school is on the other side of the world? We asked 2 young people who are starting a new life in Canada. Arjun Patel grew up in Mumbai, India, more than 12,000 miles from his new home in Toronto, Canada. However, his parents think that a fresh start is good for their family, and they're not alone. Each year, over 80,000 new arrivals in Canada come from India. In fact, over 20% of Canada's population are immigrants. Why are so many people moving here? There's a lot of support for migrants and their families. Arjun is finding that Canadians are very welcoming. He's already made a few friends. The best way to make friends quickly is to join a club or take up a new sport. Arjun is doing just that. He's learning to play ice hockey because it's very popular in Canada. Arjun is enjoying his new life, but he's facing some challenges. I don't like certain stereotypes. For example, people often think that my parents work in an Indian restaurant. It's annoying. In fact, both his parents are doctors. Some things make his life in Toronto easier, though. 5 students in my class are from other countries, and 1 girl is from Mumbai. Arjun's classmate, Martina Castro, from Brazil, is also discovering a new life in Canada. Unlike Arjun, Martina is finding things hard. Her parents don't speak much English. They can read and write basic English, but they don't like it when people speak fast. I sometimes go with my mum to the shops so I can translate. It's a lot of responsibility. I feel like the parent. What does Martina miss about Brazil? Right now, everything. My grandparents are so far away. I miss my cousins, friends, even teachers. I miss Brazilian food, sunshine, and beaches. Toronto is on a beautiful lake, but I prefer sandy beaches. The Canadian climate is much colder than in Brazil, so that's a challenge too. Martina's family are exploring the area at the moment. Our trip to Niagara Falls was pretty awesome. We're trying to stay positive, but I need some new friends.
Track 1.10.
Reaching the top. In 2014, 13-year-old Indian Purna Malavath became the youngest girl to climb Mount Everest. One day, some government officials came to Purna's village. They were looking for children from poor backgrounds to send on an expedition to Mount Everest. They wanted to show there are no limits for anyone. From 100 children, they chose just 2, Purna and an older boy. They went on an 8-month training program in the mountains. While they were training, the temperature often fell as low as -35 degrees Celsius. And they ate packaged food, which didn't taste very good. The climb to the top of Mount Everest lasted 52 days. It was dangerous, but Purna didn't give up. When she reached the top of the world's highest mountain, she felt happy and proud. Since then, Purna has become famous. They have even made a film about her life. Purna, Courage Has No Limit. She hasn't stopped climbing. So far, she has climbed the highest mountains on 6 continents. In 2019, she reached the highest peaks in South America, Oceania, and Antarctica. She hasn't climbed Mount Denali, the highest mountain in North America yet, but that's her next target. For Purna, climbing has become her life.
Track 1.11.
Active. Competitive. Creative. Curious. Generous. Gentle. Organized. Patient. Reliable. Sensible.
Track 1.12.
Hi, Mia. Have you seen the poster about that event on Saturday?
At the Science Museum on River Road?
Yeah. It's called Bringing the World to Life.
I saw it was for anybody between 14 and 17, but I didn't take much notice.
It's a workshop about projection mapping.
Projection mapping? That doesn't sound much fun. Is it about making maps?
Not really. You learn to create videos on a computer that you then show on buildings.
Oh, I know what you mean. Last year, the theatre had a big picture on the side of it of a pair of hands. The hands moved as if they were coming out of the building. That is quite cool.
Exactly. It says it's for people who are creative, that's you, and people who are curious, well, that's me.
Okay, but I'm not confident enough to go on my own.
No, but we can go together. Anyway, this is the sort of thing that can help with your confidence, and you can meet new people.
I don't think I'd normally do something like that. What time is it?
It's from 10 until 4. Come to my house and my dad can take us.
You've already planned it. You're so organised, Alex. Do we need to take anything?
Just your lunch and a drink. You get a 45-minute break, and it usually costs £25.
You're joking! That's £50 for the 2 of us.
Ah, yes, but I said usually. We're lucky because it's only £5 for this event because it's for young people and... I've bought your ticket already.
You're very generous, Alex. Or are you too shy to go on your own?
Track 1.13. Do you need a hand?
Hi, Abe. What are you doing? Are you making chocolate cookies?
I'm making a chocolate brownie for my dad. It's his birthday today. I've never baked a cake before, so it's quite a challenge.
I'm impressed. Do you need a hand?
I don't know. Maybe. Okay, so can you pass me the flour, please?
Sure. Here you go. Hey, your t-shirt is getting dirty with the flour. Why don't you wear this apron?
Cool. Thanks. Oh, the food mixer isn't working.
Can I help you with it?
That would be great. Thanks.
You didn't switch it on at the wall.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Would you mind getting some nuts from the cabinet over there? Look, a complete failure. I baked it for too long, I guess.
It looks more like a giant chocolate cookie. It's crispy. And it tastes fabulous. Admit it, you needed me.
All right, I admit it. All great chefs need assistance.
So true.
Track 1.14.
Can you give me a hand? I don't know how to install this program.
Sure, just click there.
Oh, thanks for your help.
Do you need anything else?
No, I'm fine, but thanks anyway. Oh, yes. Would you mind getting me some water?
Of course not. Here you are.
Track 1.15.
Adjectives of emotion. Anxious. Calm. Cheerful. Confused. Delighted. Disappointed. Exhausted. Pleased. Stressed. Surprised. Upset. Verbs of success and failure. Achieve. Aim. Fail. Improve. Manage. Reach. Succeed. Achieving goals. Break down. Get on with. Give up. Keep on. Put off. Work out. Word friends. Achieving goals. Do your best. Get something right. Get something wrong. Get things done. Give something a go. Make decisions. Make mistakes. Make progress. Make the most of something. Take it easy. Take something seriously. Immigration. Arrival. Explore. Face challenges. Immigrant. Migrant. Miss. Population. Stereotype. Support. Translate. Personality adjectives. Active. Competitive. Creative. Curious. Generous. Gentle. Organized. Patient. Reliable. Sensible. Extra words. Accent. Adventure. Advice. Basic English. Brave. Confident. Courage. Cry. Culture. Discover. Experience. Fear of failure. Find things hard. Fresh ideas. Fresh start. Get better at something. Get worse at something. Goal. Gradually. Impossible. In a rush. Join a club. Limit. Make friends. Move to another country. Need a hand. Poor background. Proud. Responsibility. Result. Routine. Scared of heights. Scream. Set my alarm. Shake. Share. Shiver. Shout. Solution. Stay positive. Step by step. Suffer from. Sweat. Take something up. Target. Workshop.
Track 1.16.
Active. Competitive. Delighted. Disappointed. Migrant. Miss. Organized. Reliable. Surprised.
Track 1.17.
Active. Competitive. Disappointed. Miss. Delighted. Migrant. Organized. Reliable. Surprised.
Track 1.18.
Welcome once again to our school meeting for the end of the year. I'm pleased to see so many parents here. The students have achieved a lot. You can see some of their work on the walls of the classrooms. Welcome once again. To our school meeting. For the end of the year. I'm pleased to see so many parents here. The students have achieved a lot. You can see some of their work on the walls of the classrooms.
Track 1.19.
Endurance tests. The most challenging races. You're stressed and anxious, and you have problems sleeping. What you need is a challenge. There has never been a better time, but which one to go for? Marathons and triathlons are still popular, but there have been a few changes to the traditional kind. Newer events have appeared. Participants race in tough natural landscapes like mountains or deserts, which represent a greater challenge to them. These races are popular in the USA and are very competitive. The first long-distance triathlon was the Ironman. It started in the 1970s in Hawaii on Waikiki Beach, and there are now 40 countries across the world which hold Ironman events. An Ironman is the hardest one-day endurance test in the world. Participants must complete a 3.86-kilometre swim, a 180-kilometre bike ride, and run a whole marathon. No stopping is allowed. The World Championships are held in Hawaii every year. Other tough races include the Trans-Rockies in Canada. It is a 7-day, 400-kilometre mountain bike race. Participants cycle up and down the Rocky Mountains in all kinds of weather, but they enjoy some fantastic views at the same time. Don't try it if you're scared of heights. Alternatively, head for New Mexico, where there is a ride that lasts 3 days through the desert. Just try cycling through sand dunes. As for the traditional marathon, you can still take part in the world's biggest in New York. However, if you want to push yourself even more, try the World Marathon Challenge. This is 7 marathons in 7 days on 7 different continents. It's called the World Marathon Challenge for a reason. For many people, this is the challenge of a lifetime. Participants have to run 295 kilometres and spend up to 68 hours in the air, all at their own risk.
Track 2.1.
Global warming. Problems and solutions. Global warming is definitely one of the biggest problems facing the world today. It began many, many years ago, and it is mainly due to human activity. Different things we do cause different problems, which all have one thing in common. They make global warming worse. But there are things we can do to help. Today, we're looking at some of them. The left-hand side of this diagram shows 4 main problems that cause global warming and climate change. On the right-hand side, we can see possible solutions.
1.
One of the main problems relates to traffic, travel and transport. Planes and petrol cars produce high levels of pollution. Some everyday solutions include using public transport or sharing cars and car journeys.
2.
Another problem is that humans are cutting down trees. Trees remove carbon dioxide from the air and change it to oxygen, so they help to clean the atmosphere. Possible solutions to the problem include planting more trees and recycling more paper and cardboard.
3.
Humans produce and use a lot of energy. We use too much dirty energy from oil, gas and coal. This creates pollution, especially from factories. We also waste a lot of energy in homes. We can all help, for example, by switching off lights and TVs when we aren't using them, and by drying washing outside instead of using a dryer.
4.
Farm animals are another problem, especially cows. They create a lot of gas, which makes global warming worse. We can help by eating less meat and trying some non-meat products.
Track 2.2.
Atmosphere. Endangered animal. Factory. Food waste. Oil. Oxygen. Petrol. Pollution. Solar power. Wind power.
Track 2.3.
Carbon dioxide. Climate change. Electric car. Energy source. Global warming. Recycling centre. Renewable energy.
Track 2.4. 1.
We can recycle or reuse or throw away these things: plastic bags, rubbish, aluminium cans.
2.
We can protect or damage these things: the planet, the environment, our health.
3.
We can save or waste these things: water, electricity, money, energy.
4.
We can pollute or clean up these things: the air, the ocean, rivers, beaches.
5.
We can reduce or increase these things: pollution, food waste.
Track 2.5.
The Food Waste Challenge. Although food waste is a natural product, it damages the environment because it creates dangerous gases which harm the atmosphere. Unfortunately, we throw away too much food. We waste about 1/3 of all the food we produce. It's possible to recycle this food waste to use it as compost in the garden. Another thing we can all do is to save any extra food that is left at the end of a meal and put it in the fridge, not throw it in the bin. Then we can reuse that food to make another meal, for example, a soup or an omelette. If we are all more careful about the food we eat, we can reduce food waste and help the environment.
Track 2.6.
Super Zoo Power. Did you know that you can heat a building with animal waste? At school, I heard about a local zoo that had tried it, so I went to see for myself. When I got there, the zookeeper had just fed the elephants. He told us that they've got huge appetites and can eat 100 kilograms of fruit and vegetables every day. Over the previous week, he had collected a container of waste from all the plant-eating animals in the zoo. I hadn't realised what a mountain of animal waste looked like. How do they use the animal waste? They mix it with water, food waste, and old straw from the animals' beds, and they produce a biogas. This goes into an engine that produces electricity. So, had this idea really helped the zoo? Absolutely. Before they started using the waste, the zoo had found it difficult to control how much they spent on electricity. Now they can keep the animals warm and save money too.
Track 2.7.
Leave no trace. Last weekend, the weather was great, so I went hiking with friends in the Brecon Beacons National Park. Unfortunately, there was a problem. Lots of people had had the same idea. We had to queue to get out of the car park and onto the path. After a few hours, we stopped for a picnic next to a beautiful mountain stream. Then we noticed the mess. Some other walkers had left all sorts of litter on the ground and in the water. There was paper, food, cans, plastic, even a broken walking pole. It was like a waste dump. We all felt angry and started talking about the problem. But then one of my friends, Amy, took some plastic rubbish bags out of her backpack and handed them around. "There's no point complaining," she said. "Let's do something about it." Everyone started picking up rubbish, and before long, the place was beautiful again. Once we'd finished, Amy told me about an environmental organisation she'd heard of called Leave No Trace. Their aim is to protect the environment, to encourage people to respect the countryside and to leave no trace. That is, make sure it's as clean and beautiful when you leave as it was when you arrived. They advise you to keep to paths, use proper campsites, take your rubbish away with you, be careful with campfires, and respect wildlife and other people. Just then a group of mountain bikers rode past. "Isn't that the problem?" I asked, pointing at the cyclists. "There are too many people. Maybe we need to limit the numbers allowed to come to beautiful places like this." Amy laughed. "How could you control that?" "Well, not everywhere, obviously, but certain places like national parks should be protected. Did you see that photo of the queue of people waiting to get to the top of Mount Everest?" Amy nodded. "OK, maybe we need to limit access to a few places like Everest and the Grand Canyon. But not everywhere. It's impossible." We agreed to disagree.
Track 2.8.
Green Streets by Sofia Morales. My cousin Bruno used to live in a noisy street in Barcelona, Spain. Now he lives in a quiet street with lots of trees and benches, but he hasn't moved. What happened? I spoke to him yesterday to find out more. Your street looks fantastic in this photo. Did you used to play here when you were young?
No way. Our street used to be full of traffic all day. It wasn't safe for kids, so we used to play on our balconies.
What happened?
A few years ago, architects designed a plan to move traffic to certain streets. They created more green spaces.
What do other people think?
My friends are all happy. We didn't used to go outside much. Now it's safer to use our bikes or walk. We can hang out in the street and it feels much friendlier.
Track 2.9.
My gran used to live in London, but she moved to Manchester last year. London was very different 60 years ago. The roads are busy now, but there didn't used to be much traffic back then. Gran and her friend used to take the bus to school when they were young. It was exciting for them. Every day, they used to run upstairs to get the front seat. But one day, Gran fell down the stairs. She didn't enjoy the bus ride after that.
Track 2.10.
Jill Cooper, 40 votes. Miguel Rios, 83 votes. And this year's new Student Council President is Ramesh Patel with 129 votes. Congratulations, Ramesh. Now, tell us, what are your future plans as President of the Student Council?
Well, I want to organise a clean-up of the school playing fields, and I'd also like to plant some more trees. And, of course, I'm going to prioritise...
Track 2.11. 1.
I'm going to join a campaign to get more people in my area to recycle rubbish.
2.
David and Martina have decided to become members of a group that protects local wildlife.
3.
Yes, of course I'll sign a petition to help clean the local park. Have you got a pen?
4.
Let's organise an event in which people make things from rubbish. We could call it Trash to Treasure.
5.
You shouldn't vote for a candidate just because he or she is your friend or someone you know.
6.
Every year we hold an election at our school to choose new student councillors.
Track 2.12.
Who are you going to vote for in the student election?
Jenny Allen, definitely. She's the best candidate. She works hard and she's got great ideas about recycling at school. Is the election on the 10th of October?
Actually, it was the day after, but now it's on the 12th because there's a school basketball match on the 11th. I still don't know who to vote for.
2.
Why don't you join our eco group?
What kind of things do you do?
We do things to help the environment. We meet up every month after school. Last month, we planted some trees in the park, and now we're going back there to clean it up.
That's a good idea. Our local river was in a terrible state, so a group of us from school got people to sign a petition to ask the local council to do something about it. And it worked. They cleaned the river up last month.
3.
Dad, I've got to do a project for school on the history of recycling. When did you start recycling stuff?
Oh, I'm not sure when, Mark. I started recycling paper probably about 10, 15 years ago. As a child, I used to recycle glass bottles at the local shop and get money back.
Really? For plastic bottles too?
I only started recycling those a short time ago. It's hard to believe now that we used to throw so much stuff in the bin.
4.
Is that you, Sarah? Where have you been?
I was at a meeting at school. I've joined a campaign with some friends. It's to help protect forests. Sorry I'm late. There was a huge traffic jam, so my bus was late.
Yes, the traffic's awful. So, how was the meeting?
Good. We're going to organise a recycling event. Everyone brings in things they don't want and sells them, and then all the money will go to the campaign.
Track 2.13. You've got a point.
Hi, Erin. Are you ready?
Hi, Abe. Look, there's no way I can go cycling today.
Why not? Your bike looks okay to me.
Well, the tyres are soft for a start.
So what? You can pump them up.
I suppose so.
In the US, I cycled a lot. It's a great way to get around.
Yes, I agree.
Why don't we cycle to school tomorrow?
Well, I don't think we should do that.
Why not? I think it's a great idea.
I disagree. It's quicker by bus. And my brakes don't work properly either.
They just need adjusting. It might actually be quicker by bike. And it's better for your health. And for the environment.
True, but it is dangerous.
You've got a point, but we'll be fine if we stay on the bike lanes.
Maybe you're right.
So, I'll meet you here at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Be ready on time. We don't want to be late.
Okay then. Abe, we're way too early.
See? You can sleep for 7 minutes longer tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Track 2.14. 1.
It's better to cycle to school than to go by car.
2.
They should stop showing car adverts and Formula One races on television.
3.
The climate in our country isn't great for cycling.
4.
Electric cars are just as good for the environment as bikes.
5.
Cyclists should never ride on pavements. It's too dangerous for pedestrians.
Track 2.15.
Talking about the environment. Atmosphere. Endangered animal. Factory. Food waste. Oil. Oxygen. Petrol. Pollution. Solar power. Wind power. Compound nouns, the environment. Carbon dioxide. Climate change. Electric car. Energy source. Global warming. Recycling centre. Renewable energy. Word friends. Protecting and damaging the environment. Clean up rivers. Damage the planet. Increase pollution. Pollute the air. Protect the environment. Recycle plastic bags. Reduce food waste. Reuse aluminium cans. Save energy. Throw away rubbish. Waste water. Environmental issues. Environmental organisation. Leave no trace. Mess. National park. Respect the countryside. Respect wildlife. Waste dump. Word friends. Elections and campaigns. Become a member of. Hold an election. Join a campaign. Organize an event. Sign a petition. Vote for a candidate. Extra words. Bike lane. Bin. Biogas. Breathe. Campfire. Campsite. Cardboard. Careful about. Careful with. Charge a battery. Coal. Compost. Countryside. Create green spaces. Creature. Crisp packet. Cut down trees. Cyclist. Design a plan. Dryer. Encourage. Environmentally friendly. Farm animal. In a terrible state. Keep the air clean. Leave lights on. Litter. Local council. Non-meat product. Organise a clean-up. Overcrowding. Path. Pick up rubbish. Plant trees. Plastic. Produce. Public transport. Release. Rubbish bag. Share cars. Source. Stream. Survey. Switch off lights. Toothpaste tube. Traffic. Trash. Turn into. Turn off lights. Wasteful. Wildlife. Zookeeper.
Track 2.16. 1.
Endangered animals.
2.
Renewable energy.
3.
Global warming.
4.
Environmental damage.
Track 2.17.
I think everybody would like a world with fewer environmental problems. We need cleaner air. We'd like to clean up our rivers and oceans. We want to protect our forests and the endangered animals there. But this means we all need to think about what we do and change the way we live. I think everybody would like a world with fewer environmental problems. We need cleaner air. We'd like to clean up our rivers and oceans. We want to protect our forests. And the endangered animals there. But this means we all need to think about what we do. And change the way we live.
Track 2.18.
Well done, Josh. I can see you're trying really hard.
I'm trying, but look at all the mistakes that I've made. Mistakes mean that I'm doing badly.
No, they don't, Josh. They're a sign that you're challenging yourself.
I don't like challenges. I prefer doing things that I can get right.
With easier work, you'll get everything right, but you won't learn as much.
I hate it when I get negative feedback on my work.
Come on, let's look at the feedback together. It'll help you to improve.
I'll never learn how to do it. I just don't have the right brain for it.
Your brain can change. When your brain does something new, you create a connection between different parts of the brain, and that connection gets stronger when you use it a lot.
Really?
Yes. When your brain is working hard, it builds more connections and it gets better at solving problems.
So your brain can get stronger from exercise, like your arms and legs?
That's right. You can become more intelligent and better at anything you want.
So, with hard work, I can change?
Yes, you can change lots of things about yourself. You just need to have a growth mindset.
A growth mindset? What's that?
People with a growth mindset believe that they can change their brain over time. The opposite is a fixed mindset. People with a fixed mindset don't think their brain can change, and because of that, they usually don't try as hard at things.
OK, so if I want to have a growth mindset, what should I do?
Believe that hard work brings results.
But if I'm working hard and I still can't do it, then what?
Try doing it a different way and be confident that you can work it out in the end.
OK, I guess that makes sense. So, if something doesn't work, I need to try another way. I can't do it yet, but I'll work it out in the end.
That's the attitude.
Track 3.1.
Ankle boots. Bracelet. Cap. Chain. Elbow pads. Knee pads. Shoulder pads. Leggings. Mask. Ring. Sandals. Suit. Tights.
Track 3.2. 1.
This character is wearing something like a sports kit. He's wearing white leggings and blue shorts. He's got large blue shoulder pads as well as knee pads and ankle boots. He's wearing sports gloves and he's got a striped black and orange mask which looks like a tiger's head. His name's Titan.
2.
This character has got a cowboy outfit. She's wearing brown trousers with a big leather belt. She's got a large cowboy hat, a long coat and big black boots. She's wearing a yellow and orange shirt and she's carrying an orange and yellow leather bag. Her name's Jazz.
3.
This character is wearing a strange, bright outfit. She's got silver wings and a silver helmet. She's wearing a red and yellow striped dress with yellow tights. She's got high silver boots and a strange silver ring on one finger. Her name's Firefly.
4.
This character is wearing a smart black and white suit. The jacket looks loose, but the trousers are quite tight. He's got a plain red shirt and a big gold chain. He's wearing a black hat and he's got cool modern sunglasses. His name's Argon.
Track 3.3.
General appearance. Casual. Neat. Scruffy. Smart. Opinion. Fashionable. Old-fashioned. Ordinary. Terrific. Size, fit. Loose. Tight. Colour. Colourful. Gold. Silver. Pattern. Checked. Flowery. Plain. Striped. Material. Cotton. Denim. Leather. Linen.
Track 3.4. 1.
Have pale skin. Have dark skin. Have painted nails. Have pierced ears. Have freckles. Have dyed hair. Have curly hair. Have straight hair.
2.
Be good-looking. Be in your 30s. Be slim. Be well-built. Be average size. Be average height.
3.
Wear a costume. Wear jewellery.
Track 3.5.
The best item of clothing ever. My favourite item of clothing is an ordinary denim jacket, and I love it because it goes with everything. It's just a normal pale blue jacket with silver buttons down the front. It was my older brother's, but he doesn't wear it anymore. He isn't very slim these days, so it doesn't fit him anymore. It's too tight for him.
Track 3.6.
Labels and logos. Are influencers honest? Have you noticed all the adverts on social media? No? Well, maybe that's because some of them don't really look like adverts. I've been using a new social media platform since last summer, and I've been seeing a lot more posts from influencers. Recently, they've been sharing video reviews of products like clothes, shoes, or makeup. These influencers are often normal people, just like you and me, but they receive payment for their reviews in free products from fashion companies. Is that okay? I wanted to understand a bit more about influencers, so my friend Nina has been helping me for a few days. She's taught me a lot.
Track 3.7.
So, Nina is with me today. She has been working as an influencer for ages. Nina, welcome. I know you're an online influencer for a small jewellery company. How long have you been working for this company?
Well, I've been doing this for about a year, but I haven't been working exactly. I don't get any money.
I see. What happens then?
The company sends me new jewellery every month. Sometimes rings or earrings or bracelets, you know. I take photos or make videos of myself wearing the jewellery and upload them to my social media.
Now, I haven't been following any influencers for long, but you've been sharing some videos with me lately. So, do you think all of these videos are like adverts?
Yes, I think a lot of these posts are really adverts because they're trying to sell something to you. For example, some influencers say positive things about a product even if it's not very good. Other influencers don't make it clear that a company gave them the product, so it looks like a personal choice.
So what's your approach?
Well, firstly, I always label my jewellery photos with the company name, and of course, I explain that I didn't buy the product, I'm just doing a review. I think that's important.
That's true. I agree we need to know what's real online and what's fake. Now, could you tell us a bit more about how...
Track 3.8.
Fresh trends. What's been happening in the world of fashion? The way we make and buy clothes is changing. Here are some of the key trends. A. Slow fashion. Fast fashion used to be really important. When a celebrity wore a new outfit, a copy could be in the shops within days. Some of the biggest high street stores made their money this way. Factories made clothes quickly and cheaply. People wore these items for a short time and then threw them away. Slow fashion, on the other hand, encourages us to be kind to the planet. Recently, more people have been following this trend to choose clothing carefully and to keep it for longer. B. DIY fashion. One trend linked to slow fashion is DIY, do-it-yourself fashion. This often involves working with second-hand clothes. Many young designers have been making old clothes into different ones. So, for example, jeans might become shorts or a jacket. They often mix and match materials or add new features such as belts, chains, or different fabrics. Reusing clothes like this means we don't throw things away. It's also a great way of creating an individual look. C. Rental. For people who love wearing lots of different clothes, clothing rental is becoming more popular. You can rent clothes from special companies or designers. There are different ways to pay. For example, you could borrow one outfit for a few days. Alternatively, you can rent a few clothes every month. Sharing clothes like this is good for the planet. D. 3D printing. For a new look, you could try some futuristic 3D printed clothes, like some of the costumes in the Black Panther films. The good thing about 3D printing is that there is very little waste. Each item is made to fit the person who buys it. However, the machines are expensive and it's easier to make shoes than clothes. E. Ethical materials. Do you think animal-friendly clothing is important? Designers in Mexico have been working on a special kind of leather made from cactus plants. Others have made plant leather from pineapples and mushrooms. Plant materials are much kinder to the planet than plastic or leather from cow skins. We're lucky to have so many new, planet-friendly options. Fashion has always been about expressing your identity, but it's good to know that we can do this without damaging the environment.
Track 3.9.
Aria's blog. Everyone wants one. Last month, it was my best friend Amy's birthday, and I made her a case for her tablet. I've been very busy since Amy's birthday because lots of people have been asking me to make one for them. I've been creating lots of new designs and have made tablet cases for 8 people in my class at school. I think people like them because they're different. They like the fact that you can't buy them in the shops. I've been taking photos of all the cases I've made. I've uploaded some photos here so you can tell me what you think. Jess says, I've been looking for a cool case for my tablet for ages and I haven't found anything I like. These are awesome. I'm going to try making one. Thanks, Aria. Nat says, I've been reading your blog since you started it and I found it really useful. Your ideas are great and my friends love them.
Track 3.10. A. 1.
Laces.
2.
Sole.
B. 3.
Hood.
4.
Zip.
5.
Sleeve.
C. 6.
Collar.
7.
Pocket.
8.
Button.
D. 9.
Heel.
Track 3.11.
Hi, I'm Ryan Gilmore, and today on Teen Radio, I'm at the National Museum of Fashion talking to our arts reporter, Sylvia Tan. So, Sylvia, you've been looking around the museum all afternoon. Would you recommend it to our listeners?
Hi, Ryan. Yes, definitely. Crazy fashion trends are definitely not a modern thing. This museum shows how people have been creating weird and wonderful styles since the beginning of history. You won't see the kinds of clothes people wear nowadays, but you can see what our grandparents and great-grandparents wore. I promise you there's something here to entertain everyone.
Well, we've started at the footwear section. What are those?
I love these. They're called Chopins. They're basically one of the first high-heeled shoes, but in this case, the whole sole of the shoe is high. They were really popular in Venice in the 15th, 16th and 17th centuries, and also in Spain. Some heels were 50 centimetres high.
Wow, that seems awful to wear. I guess only women who were really into fashion wore them.
Not really. First of all, it's true that only women wore them, but they didn't really wear them because they wanted to be fashionable, but to show they were important. Sometimes servants had to help them to walk because the shoes were so high. So, you see, the fashion for extremely high heels has been around for a long time.
Wow, yeah. Now, these dresses are impressive. And what are those enormous collars?
They're called ruffs. They were popular in the 16th and 17th centuries in Western Europe, although people have been wearing collars of different styles since the 14th century. Men wore these collars or ruffs as well as women. They're 30 centimetres wide, not very comfortable around the neck.
Okay, so we're walking into the next room now, and I can see lots of old French soldiers' uniforms. Now, I've heard a funny story about the famous French leader Napoleon and buttons. They look fashionable, but what is the reason the buttons are there?
Yes, well, they say that Napoleon didn't like his soldiers wiping their dirty noses or mouths on the sleeves of their uniform. So he put buttons on his soldiers' sleeves to stop them doing it. It isn't comfortable to have metal buttons in your face. I don't know if that's true, but it's a good story. Now, if we go through to this next room, I think you'll...
Track 3.12. What a cool hat.
It's only 1 week until the fancy dress party, and I still haven't found a costume. Have you?
No, I haven't. I think I'll skip it.
Really? I know. Let's go to the garage. There are some of Mum's old art class boxes there, and Granny stuff too. I'm sure we'll find something there to use. Right, why don't we look in these boxes? Hey, look at these baby shoes.
Yes, they're so cute.
Wow, what a cool hat. I love it.
You look great in that. Why don't you wear it?
Really? Cheers. I'm glad you like it. What's in your box?
Lots of different masks. What about this?
It's cool. It really suits you.
Thanks.
Hang on. This will be amazing.
Yeah, I like it.
Have you got a bright green shirt too?
No, but I've got a green sweater.
I think you will be the best dressed fruit at the party.
Track 3.13. 1.
That jacket is awesome. Is it new?
Yes, I got it yesterday, but I'm not sure about the colour.
You look good in blue.
Do you think so?
Yes, it suits you.
2.
You look really smart. Have you had a haircut?
Yes, I went to the hairdressers at the weekend.
Honestly, I really like the style. It's cool.
Thank you. I'm glad you like it.
Track 3.14.
Clothes and accessories. Ankle boots. Bracelet. Cap. Chain. Elbow pads. Knee pads. Leggings. Mask. Ring. Sandals. Shoulder pads. Suit. Tights. Adjectives to describe clothes and accessories. Casual. Checked. Colourful. Cotton. Denim. Fashionable. Flowery. Gold. Leather. Linen. Loose. Neat. Old-fashioned. Ordinary. Plain. Scruffy. Silver. Smart. Striped. Terrific. Tight. Word friends, appearance. Be average height. Be average size. Be good looking. Be in your 30s. Be slim. Be well built. Have curly hair. Have dark skin. Have dyed hair. Have freckles. Have painted nails. Have pale skin. Have pierced ears. Have straight hair. Wear a costume. Wear jewellery. Fashion. Clothing rental. Ethical materials. High street store. Individual look. Key trend. New feature. New outfit. Second-hand clothes. Slow fashion. Young designer. Parts of clothes and shoes. Button. Collar. Heel. Hood. Laces. Pocket. Sleeve. Sole. Zip. Extra words. 3D printed clothes. Attractive. Average. Awesome. Awful. Bright. Brilliant. Charity shop. Create. Design. Express your identity. Fantastic. Fashion choice. Fit. Go with. Helmet. Horrible. Impressive. Incredible. Influencer. Item of clothing. Look. Original. Pattern. Popular. Scarf. Strange. Stunning. Style. Suit. Taste. Uncomfortable. Uniform.
Track 3.15. 1,
Costume.
2,
Sleeve.
3,
Striped.
4,
Plain.
Track 3.16. 1,
Costume. Jewellery. Loose. New.
2,
Sleeve. Heel. Knee. Neat.
3,
Striped. Dyed. Height. Tight.
4,
Plain. Chain. Laces. Nails.
Track 3.17.
I know we have to leave soon, but I haven't decided what to wear yet. I've been trying to choose between these light blue leggings and this green skirt with silver stars. What do you think? Have I got time to try them both on so you can see? I know we have to leave soon. But I haven't decided what to wear yet. I've been trying to choose. between these light blue leggings and this green skirt with silver stars? What do you think? Have I got time to try them both on? So you can see.
Track 3.18.
The Queen's Fashion, a model for others. It's hard to imagine that the royal look could be a fashion icon in the UK, but that's exactly what it has become in recent years. The Queen's headscarf, Burberry check or tartan skirt might seem old-fashioned, but when they are reinvented by famous designers such as Dolce & Gabbana, these country clothes take on a very trendy look. Changing the shape of a sleeve or a pocket can give them a modern touch. The royal tartan check was even used in punk fashion as a statement of rebellion. Yes, rock stars wore kilts. But the Queen's Barber jacket is perhaps the most distinctive of all her garments. Dating from the 1890s, Barbers were originally made for country people and sailors who needed hard-wearing, waterproof clothes. But now they are equally popular with farmers, fashionistas and film stars, both male and female. One of the latest stars to wear one was actor Daniel Craig in the James Bond films. Helen Mirren also wore one in her role as, yes, you guessed it, the Queen. But what is so special about Barber jackets? Well, they look good, but they also last a long time. Some people have had their Barber jacket for decades, and the company itself provides its own waxing and repair service for customers. These practices belong to a way of thinking about clothes called slow fashion. They help the environment because they support the idea of looking after what we already have instead of getting more. In fast fashion, clothes companies are producing clothes so fast that it's damaging the planet. Thankfully, people are waking up to the problems. The Queen, Daniel Craig and Helen Mirren can take some comfort from the fact that their fashion choice is not only slower, but more thoughtful. It's better to make helpful choices and have good clothes than to always have new fashions.
Progress check 1 to 3. Track 1.
Yesterday, at a coffee shop, I saw my old school friend Maya. I hadn't seen her for a very long time, but recently we've been writing to each other on social media. We decided to meet in the town centre at a cafe. I hadn't seen Maya for 7 years. I didn't recognise her at first because she had changed so much. I was very surprised when this young woman introduced herself as Maya. She was older and looked very different too. These days, she has black painted nails and hair dyed purple. She was also wearing a colourful outfit. Later, I learned it was made from ethical materials. We talked and forgot about the time. Maya had been a good friend, and we often used to sit next to each other at school. Then she left because her family moved to another part of the country. I was very upset at the time. We wrote to each other a few times, but then stopped. We didn't communicate again until we reconnected on social media recently. But it was even better to see each other in person and catch up on what we've both been doing recently. I'm studying biology at university. At the moment, I'm doing a project on climate change. Maya was pleased to hear that because she works for an environmental organisation. She organises events for them, and she now wants me to speak about my project at one of them. I'm delighted. The more people know about it, the better. Because we're interested in similar things in our lives, we have a lot to talk about. We're meeting again next week.
Progress check 1 to 3. Track 2.
Teenage YouTubers. A good thing? My friend and I both have teenage children, and we recently had a serious talk about teenage YouTube channels. She was worried about how much time her son spends watching videos on them. It isn't just gaming channels. He also looks at other topics, anything from fashion to the environment. I think my friend is worrying a bit too much. It's really good for teenagers to have a lot of things to choose from. It helps them find what they're interested in. It's healthy that they're curious and feel secure enough to see what's out there. I can give my own daughter as an example. She follows a teenage YouTuber's channel about achieving goals, being positive and making the most of things. I can see how much it's helped her. OK, so maybe I'm a bit upset she didn't get this good advice from me, but it doesn't matter where it came from. The important thing is it worked. We have to accept that teenagers often look to role models as examples. Maybe it's natural to choose another teenager like themselves instead of a famous singer or sports person. They're about the same age as the person they're following. They probably have some of the same goals and challenges. I told my friend something important, and I would like all parents to remember it. There's one thing you can give your child that a YouTuber never can. I'm talking about individual love and attention. It's what I always remember to do. One final thought. I'm more concerned about the teenagers that make the videos than the ones that watch them. It takes hours and hours to get ideas, make videos and upload them. This takes time away from family, schoolwork and other important things. And then there's reading all the comments, and some of them are not very kind. If my daughter asks about having her own YouTube channel, I'll ask her to think very carefully.
Track 4.1.
Accountant, blogger, cleaner, electrician, engineer, influencer, interpreter, librarian, mechanic, plumber, psychologist, translator. Compound nouns, app developer, computer programmer, fashion designer, film director, flight attendant, freelance journalist, lab assistant, music critic, personal trainer, shop assistant, travel agent.
Track 4.2. 1,
Apply for a job.
2,
Be part of a team. Feel part of a team.
3,
Be unemployed.
4,
Do voluntary work.
5,
Earn a salary. Earn a wage.
6,
Get a promotion.
7,
Get fired.
8,
Give up a job. Quit a job.
9,
Have an interview.
10,
Meet your colleagues.
11,
Send off a CV. Write a CV.
12,
Sign a contract.
Track 4.3.
Do overtime. Work overtime. Flexible working hours. Hourly rate. Member of staff. Paid holiday. Pay rise. Temporary contract. Permanent contract. Well paid. Badly paid.
Track 4.4.
Hi, Matt. What are you going to do in the summer? I'm going to Italy. My uncle is starting a new business this summer. It's an open-air cinema, and I'm going to work there. I'll send you a photo of the cinema later. My uncle lives next to the sea, and I'm not going to work in the morning, so I'll be able to go swimming every day before lunch. I'll probably spend my mornings on the beach with my cousins, and then I'll work with my uncle in the evenings. It's going to be great. My flight leaves the day after we finish school, and I fly back to the UK on the 30th of August, so you'll have to come and visit me before then. I'm going to miss hanging out with my friends, but I'm sure I won't miss the British weather. Bye for now. Paolo.
Track 4.5.
Are you okay? You look worried.
I am. My interview at the bakery is in half an hour.
Are you looking for a job?
Yes, I'm going on holiday next month. It's all booked. My flight leaves on the 1st, so I need to earn some money.
Oh, right. Where are you going?
Ireland. My aunt has invited us, so we're staying at her house in Dublin.
Cool. Will you be able to travel around Ireland a bit?
Definitely. Cork, Galway, Donegal.
Track 4.6.
Training for work with virtual reality. Today, more and more people are improving their professional skills thanks to virtual reality, VR. The companies that provide virtual training say it's faster, safer, and cheaper than traditional training. It gives trainees practical experience. They can work in teams or independently. And they can learn without worrying about making expensive mistakes. We spoke to 3 virtual reality trainees. Fern, 25, trainee surgeon.
Virtual reality is a valuable tool for the medical profession. I'm a qualified doctor, but I'm training to be a specialist in sporting injuries. Yesterday, I took part in a training workshop. I operated on a knee without using a real body. It felt just like the real thing. While we were working on our virtual patients, we were getting feedback from the professor. On the screen, you can see what you've done, what to do next, and how well you're doing. It seems that VR training produces better surgeons. In one study, VR trainees' scores were 230% higher than those of traditionally trained students.
Sean, 20, construction worker.
Virtual training's a great way to gain work experience. It's like playing video games, which is cool because I think you learn better when you're enjoying yourself. It's so real. You totally feel as if you're 6 floors up on a building site. This week, we've been learning how to avoid dangerous situations like falling off a high building. That's really important because there are a lot of workplace accidents in the construction industry. I've done a few training courses, but this is the best I've ever done. I'm sure this qualification will help me get a good job.
Dylan, 21, computer programmer.
My job's okay. I recently got a promotion, but it's not what I want to do. I want to be a pilot. The problem is flying lessons are expensive, so when I heard there was a vacancy on a VR training course for pilots at my local college, I applied and I was lucky enough to be accepted. I'm so happy to have got an opportunity to fly. It's not exactly like the real thing, but it's pretty good. And of course, it's totally safe. The other day, I crashed when I was landing at the airport and nobody got hurt.
Track 4.7.
I'm doing a training course in travel and tourism at college. It's a great course. They provide virtual training to give students practical experience. I took part in a VR workshop for the first time yesterday. It was great to get an opportunity to use my skills in different situations. During the workshop, we got feedback from the teacher. It's just what I need, because I'm training to be a specialist in hotel management, and with VR, I can gain relevant work experience without leaving the college.
Track 4.8.
Terry's blog. In 10 years' time. I recently saw a documentary about the future. It predicted that in 10 years' time, robots and computers will be doing almost all of today's jobs. That got me thinking about my life. So, here are a few of my predictions. This time next year, I'll be speaking with a Scottish accent. I'm going to study in Edinburgh, the Scottish capital. In 5 years' time, I'll be celebrating the end of my university studies. In 10 years, I'll be earning a fortune. I'll be working as an app developer. I won't be living in Bedford. I'll be living somewhere exciting, like London or Paris. I won't be doing any housework. My personal robot will be doing it all for me. What about you? What will you be doing in 5 years? Where will you be living? Will you be working in 10 years' time? Or will you be watching robots do your job? Send in your comments now.
Track 4.9.
I'll be in France next week.
What will you be doing in France?
I'll be working.
Where will you be working?
In a hotel at a ski resort. This time next week, I'll be skiing down a mountain.
You won't have time to ski. You'll be working all the time.
No, I won't. Just wait and see. In a few years, I'll be skiing in the Olympics.
Track 4.10.
Award. Candidate. Career. Diploma. Employer. Speech.
Track 4.11.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this year's Young Business Award. We've had more candidates than ever, and later this evening we'll be announcing the winner. We've got some great prizes to give away.
Track 4.12.
Hi, you're Claire Marshall, aren't you? I saw you on TV last night.
Hi, you must be Stuart. Oh, that was so embarrassing. I was really nervous in front of the cameras.
Oh, you didn't look it. I thought you were very calm. So, how old were you when you started your business?
16. I used to go to the gym with my mum and her friends. They wanted to get fit, but they couldn't do it on their own. I was into sport and I started to help them.
Ah, did you do a course?
Yes, I wanted to make a career of it, so I did a course and got a diploma. It arrived on my 17th birthday, and now I'm 18 and I'm a successful personal trainer.
Awesome. So we're both into sport.
Really? What do you do?
Well, I'm only 15, but I love the mountains. Last year, I was walking with friends when the weather suddenly changed. We got lost and couldn't follow the route on our map. At home, I designed an app with different routes and updates about the weather. My friend from next door helped me.
Cool idea. Do you work alone?
Not exactly. My dad has a job in a sports shop and showed it to his boss. He liked it, so he helped my dad persuade a bank to put money into my idea. Now my dad's working with me in his free time to develop an app for skiers.
It's good to share your ideas with others. My mum helps me, but she's more of a friend than a colleague, and I don't pay her.
Oh, hang on. They're announcing the winner.
And the winner is Stuart McLean. Stuart, you're off to New York next month for a week, and you'll be working with famous app developer Ellie Jones.
Well done, Stuart. I hope you're ready to make a speech.
Oh, wow. I don't know what to say. A weekend in New York with Ellie Jones.
No, it's not a weekend. It's a week.
Track 4.13. Bee's News Bulletin.
You'll be sitting here. This is your computer. Watch out. It crashes a lot, so remember to back up your files regularly. Oh, sorry. Yes? Okay. Bye. B, we've got a problem. Our newsreader is going to be late. She won't be able to read the next news bulletin. It's in half an hour. I know it's your first day with us, but can you do it?
I suppose so.
Now pay attention. This is important. See that green light? After a few minutes, it'll turn red. If you're not careful, you'll miss it. So make sure you keep an eye on it.
And then what do I do?
Read the news. You mustn't speak too fast. Be sure to speak clearly. And whatever you do, don't shout. Just speak normally. Okay? Good luck.
This is the news. The town council. Local celebrity Caroline. A traffic accident on the A336. Sport. A fantastic victory of our local football team who defeated West Green. And finally, the weather this week. Oh, I'm really sorry about the bottle. I suppose I'm not allowed to come again.
Of course you are. You did a great job, and we can try it again tomorrow. Just watch out for your bottle.
Track 4.14. 1.
Remember to wash your hands. Make sure your knives are sharp. And be careful you don't burn yourself. It's hot.
2.
Watch out! That camera is worth a fortune! Now pay attention. You're not allowed to speak while we're filming.
Track 4.15.
Jobs. Accountant. Blogger. Cleaner. Electrician. Engineer. Influencer. Interpreter. Librarian. Mechanic. Plumber. Psychologist. Translator. Jobs, compound nouns. App developer. Computer programmer. Fashion designer. Film director. Flight attendant. Freelance journalist. Lab assistant. Music critic. Personal trainer. Shop assistant. Travel agent. Word friends, work. Apply for a job. Be part of a team. Be unemployed. Do voluntary work. Earn a salary. Earn a wage. Feel part of a team. Get a promotion. Get fired. Give up a job. Have an interview. Meet your colleagues. Quit a job. Send off a CV. Sign a contract. Write a CV. Working conditions. Badly paid. Do overtime. Flexible working hours. Hourly rate. Member of staff. Paid holidays. Pay rise. Permanent contract. Temporary contract. Well paid. Work overtime. Job training. Do a training course. Gain work experience. Get an opportunity to. Get feedback from. Give practical experience. Improve professional skills. Provide virtual training. Take part in a training workshop. Train to be a specialist. Success at work. Award. Candidate. Career. Diploma. Employer. Speech. Extra words. Agency. Application. Charity shop. Complete a course. Concentrate. Construction worker. Deal with customers. Do housework. Earn a fortune. Efficient. Fall behind. Make a career of something. Management. Newsreader. Part-time position. Personal qualities. Profession. Put money into something. Qualification. Qualified. Receptionist. Surgeon. Take time off. Train for a job. Trainee. Vacancy. Work as a team. Work from home. Work independently. Workplace accident.
Track 4.16. 1,
Engineer.
2,
Accountant.
3,
Candidate.
4,
Experience.
Track 4.17. 1,
Engineer. Unemployed.
2,
Accountant. Mechanic.
3,
Candidate. Interview.
4,
Experience. Professional.
Track 4.18.
At the Careers Day tomorrow, different specialists will be talking about their work. There will be a film director, a journalist, an app designer, an accountant, a flight attendant, a lab assistant, and others. You'll be able to ask them questions too. At the Careers Day tomorrow, different specialists will be talking about their work. There will be a film director, a journalist, an app designer, an accountant, a flight attendant, a lab assistant, and others. You'll be able to ask them questions too.
Track 4.19.
So, you've applied for a part-time job and you've got an interview. Congratulations! But what should you do to make a good impression at the interview? First, think about your appearance. You should wear nice, smart clothes, maybe something that your grandmother would like you to wear. An interview is a formal situation. You want the interviewer to think that you are making an effort. So, the casual clothes you wear when you're with your friends may not be the best choice. Think about your hair too. It shouldn't be messy and it shouldn't hide your face. The interviewer wants to see you properly. Remember to smile. That will make you look friendly. And look into the interviewer's eyes when you're talking to them. If you look away all the time, the interviewer might think that you're hiding something or not telling the truth. When people are nervous, it's difficult to stay still. They keep moving their leg up and down, or playing with a coin or pen in their hand, or with their hair. Try not to do this in an interview. The interviewer needs to focus on your words, not on how you're moving. Instead, put your hands on your knees and your feet on the floor, and sit with a straight back. That will help you to look more confident.
Track 4.20.
But of course, success in a job interview isn't only about your appearance. You will also have to say the right things, so make sure you do some work before the interview to get ready. Do some research so you know a bit about the business. Then think about the skills that are needed for the job. Which of your past experiences and hobbies show that you already have some of these skills? Make a list. Next, find some examples of questions that are often asked in interviews. Plan the answers you might give. One typical question is, what are your weaknesses? When you answer, you should also tell the interviewer how you're trying to change so that you won't have those weaknesses forever. On the day of the interview, make sure you don't arrive late. And turn off your mobile before the interview starts so that it doesn't make a noise at the wrong moment. During the interview, try to relax and show 3 main things. First, that you really want the job. Second, that you're ready to learn how to do it. You don't know already, so don't pretend that you do. And third, that you have the personality and skills that they're looking for.
Track 5.1.
Astronaut, astronomer, comet, Earth, galaxy, gravity, moon, orbit, planet, satellite, solar system, space station, star, telescope.
Track 5.2. 1.
The smallest satellite is a cube satellite. It is 10 centimetres high. It is 10 centimetres long. It is 10 centimetres wide.
2.
The height of the cube satellite is 10 centimetres. The length of the cube satellite is 10 centimetres. The width of the cube satellite is 10 centimetres.
3.
Most satellites are about 36,000 kilometres away. They're 36,000 kilometres from Earth.
4.
Their speed is 11,000 kilometres per hour. Their speed is 7,000 miles an hour.
Track 5.3.
100, 1,000, 1,000,000, 1,000,000,000.
Track 5.4. 1.
745.
2.
9,862.
3.
3,600,000.
4.
5.8 billion.
5.
24,222,394.
6.
800 million.
Track 5.5.
Space trivia. 1. Ancient astronomers believed that the Earth was at the centre of the universe. 2. There are thousands of planets in the universe, but only 8 in our solar system. 3. 2 of those 8 planets don't have any moons, Venus and Mercury. 4. The Sun is a giant star. 5. The Sun is about the same size as 1 million Earths. 6. The Earth travels around the Sun in an orbit once every year. 7. The Kármán line marks the end of the Earth's atmosphere and the beginning of space. It's 100,000 meters above the Earth. That's 100 kilometers. 8. Light can travel round the Earth 7 times in 1 second. 9. Mars is millions of kilometers away, but actually the distance between Mars and the Earth changes all the time.
Track 5.6.
Would you be a good astronaut? American Alyssa Carson has always wanted to be an astronaut. If her dreams come true, she'll travel over 200 million kilometers to Mars. But how do you become an astronaut? Would I be a good astronaut if I had the right training? What skills do astronauts need? Firstly, you have to be good at science and a lot of other school subjects. For example, you can't become an astronaut unless you speak several languages. Alyssa speaks Spanish, French, Chinese, and some Turkish. Also, if you decide to be an astronaut, you'll have to get a certificate in scuba diving and a pilot's license. If astronauts pass the tests, they start a special training program. It takes a long time, but when they complete the training, they are finally able to go to Mars. What would life be like if you were an astronaut on Mars? My friends Jay and Amelia have been finding out more online.
Track 5.7.
So, my friends Jay and Amelia are with me today. Jay isn't keen to be an astronaut, but Amelia would think about it. Why is that, Amelia?
Well, it depends, actually. If I went to the International Space Station, I'd love it. But if I went to Mars, I would hate it, because the journey to Mars can take between 6 and 8 months.
Oh, that sounds terrible. I wouldn't go there unless I had to.
Most astronauts go to the space station. It travels around the Earth in an orbit, so if you go to the space station, you can come home after a few months.
Wherever you go, to Mars or the space station, an astronaut's life is still very strange. I read that it's very quiet because sound waves can't travel in space. So astronauts wouldn't hear the other people on the spaceship if they didn't wear radio headphones.
And, of course, there's no gravity. Can you imagine?
Yeah. If astronauts drop something in space, it doesn't fall. It just floats away.
And bedtime must be crazy in a spaceship. You can't lie down and you can't sleep unless you attach yourself to the bed.
There's one good thing about floating in space. Your back stretches about 5 or 6 centimeters because there's no gravity.
Cool. So I'll grow taller if I travel in space.
Yes, but when you get back to Earth, you'll be your normal height again after about a week or so.
Interesting. And what about the other?
Track 5.8. 1.
If I went to Mars, I would hate it.
Second conditional. 2.
I wouldn't go there unless I had to.
Second conditional. 3.
If astronauts drop something in space, it doesn't fall.
0 conditional. 4.
I'll grow taller if I travel in space.
First conditional. Track 5.9.
Stars in their eyes. Have you ever wondered how many people have been into space? The first person in space was Russian astronaut Yuri Gagarin in 1961. By the end of 2020, a total of 568 people had become space travelers. Most of these were astronauts, and they had trained for many years. However, Since the beginning of the 21st century, it has been possible for non-astronauts to travel into space for short flights. The first space tourist was multimillionaire Dennis Tito. In 2001, at the age of 60, he paid $20 million to fly to the International Space Station with 2 astronauts. In 2006, Anousheh Ansari became the first female tourist in space. Several big companies such as Virgin Galactic and SpaceX have already started test flights. If these are successful, more tourist flights will be possible. There are hundreds of people on the waiting list, including many celebrities. If you want to fly into space with one of these companies, it will cost you a huge amount of money, around $250,000. The price of the ticket means that space tourism is not possible for most of us. However, if you had the money, what would the experience be like? You wouldn't have to wear a spacesuit. You would travel in a space plane with large windows so you could see the amazing views. The space plane would travel at a speed of up to 4,000 kilometers an hour. You would fly about 100 kilometers upwards, just past the end of Earth's atmosphere where space begins. At that point, you would experience zero gravity for about a minute. Then, you'd return to Earth. The whole trip would last for around 2.5 hours. So, what can you do if you're interested in space but can't afford these tourist trips? Luckily, there are lots of great options. You could download an incredible virtual reality app such as Earthlight Spacewalk. The app allows you to fix a spaceship like real astronauts do. Alternatively, you can visit a space center. Many countries have them. There, you can experience life as an astronaut without leaving Earth. If you visit these places, you can try a flight simulator or a zero-gravity experience. Or, if you're really keen to go to space, you can train as an astronaut, of course.
Track 5.10.
All about space. This week in Space Magazine, astronomer Guy Greenwood talks about a historic mission to catch a comet. The Rosetta mission cost $1.7 billion. That's a lot of money. What was your aim?
Our aim was to discover more about comets. The Rosetta spacecraft flew 6.4 billion kilometers to Comet 67P, which is about 4 kilometers wide. The flight took 10 years.
What would have happened if your calculations had been wrong?
Well, we would have been very disappointed if the mission had failed. If the mission hadn't been successful, we wouldn't have had these incredible close-up photos or this analysis of the comet's surface.
So, tell us more about the lander, the little spacecraft which landed on the comet.
Yes, the lander sent us the first pictures of the icy surface of the comet. If the lander's solar panels had been in sunlight, it would have been okay. But it landed in a large shadow, which was quite dark, so it didn't have much power, and it went to sleep. Luckily, even though it worked for 2 hours only, it managed to get enough information.
Track 5.11.
Moon landings. Fact or fiction? Some people believe astronauts have never landed on the moon. They believe NASA faked the landing. Here are some of their reasons. They say that the flag wouldn't have waved if the astronauts had filmed it on the moon because there is no air on the moon. They also think some stars would have been visible if the astronauts had taken the photos on the moon. Another mystery is that although we can see the astronauts' footprints on the surface, we can't see any traces of the landing module. A lot of people think that if the module had landed on the surface of the moon, it would have left some traces.
Track 5.12.
However, people who disagree with the conspiracy theory can explain all these mysteries. The astronauts kept the flag in a thin tube, so when they took it out, it seemed to wave. Why are there no stars visible in the photos? The landings happened in the morning, and the stars were not bright enough to appear. The surface of the moon is covered by dust. When the module landed on the moon, the engines blew the dust away, and it didn't leave any traces. And they add that if landing on the moon had been a fake story, astronauts from other countries would have discovered the truth long ago. Moreover, about 40,000 people worked on the mission. It wouldn't have been possible for all these people to keep the secret.
Track 5.13.
Balloon. Capsule. Engine. Force. Helium. Oxygen. Parachute. Sound barrier.
Track 5.14.
Good afternoon and welcome to Fantastic Firsts, the programme where we look at record-breaking scientific achievements of the 21st century. Today, we remember Felix Baumgartner from Austria, the famous Fearless Felix. In October 2012, Felix jumped from a balloon high above the Earth in New Mexico, USA. He was falling so fast that he became the first human to break the sound barrier without using an engine. We're going to hear about that record-breaking jump. And as usual, we'll have a prize for the first person to phone in with the answers to 5 questions. So listen carefully. So, what actually happened on the big day? Well, if you look on our website, you can get an idea from the pictures there. First of all, Felix put on a special spacesuit, like the one astronauts wear. If he hadn't worn this suit, he wouldn't have survived the jump. Then he got into a small metal capsule under a giant balloon. The balloon was filled with helium, which is a really light gas. It took Felix up into the sky, right to the edge of space. The journey upwards took more than 2 hours. He had oxygen in his parachute pack to help him breathe. At one point, Felix couldn't see through his helmet, but he carried on. Once he reached the right height, he jumped out of the capsule. At first, he fell towards the Earth without using his parachute, pulled by the force of gravity. This is called free fall. Then, finally, he opened his parachute before he landed safely on the ground as a record breaker.
Track 5.15.
So here's some more information about Felix Baumgartner's amazing jump, which he made on the 14th of October 2012 in New Mexico in the United States. The famous Austrian skydiver, then aged 42, had already performed over 2,500 skydiving jumps before this particular jump. Now in the 2012 jump, Baumgartner flew upwards about 39 kilometers into the skies over New Mexico. He broke the unofficial record for the highest manned balloon flight, which was 37,640 meters. Baumgartner's total jump from leaving the capsule to landing on the ground lasted less than 10 minutes. During the freefall, he was travelling at incredible speeds of up to 1,357 kilometres per hour. That's faster than the speed of sound, a new record at that time. Before he jumped, Baumgartner expected the freefall, the part without using the parachute, to last about 5 or 6 minutes. In fact, he opened his parachute after roughly 4 minutes and 20 seconds. If he had waited a bit longer, he would have broken the record for the longest time for a freefall. However, his jump was still the highest. The whole event was extremely expensive. His spacesuit alone cost $200,000. The total cost was not just thousands, but millions of US dollars. So now, if you want to win a prize, just send us a text or email about this amazing jump. We need to know the place, Baumgartner's nationality, the height, the speed, and the length of time he was in freefall. Oh, and the total cost. Good luck!
Track 5.16. I hope it works.
Right. Time to test the rover. This is our last chance before the competition.
Sure. First, I need to check the code.
Awesome. What do you want me to do?
Well, we have to set up the obstacle course.
That seems fun. I'll do that. Where do you want it?
How about just here?
OK. No problem.
Remember, it's important to have a small hill, a stone obstacle, and a ramp.
Right. I hope it works. Now what?
Next, we have to check if my programming works. I hope I got it right, and the rover can go over all the obstacles.
Let's go for it. The first obstacle, the hill. That seems easy.
Now, going over the stones. I'm worried I haven't programmed enough power to the wheels. Phew. Finally, we need to test it on the ramp.
It's the toughest one.
Wow, it looks good.
B, we've got a problem.
Yeah, I think we need to work on this a bit more.
Track 5.17.
I want to build one of the robots from this kit.
First, decide which model you want to build.
Of course. Then what do I do?
After that, check you have all the pieces.
OK, I'll check them. That seems easy.
Oh, and you need to put the batteries in.
Oh, no problem. I hope it works.
Track 5.18.
Space. Astronaut. Astronomer. Comet. Earth. Galaxy. Gravity. Moon. Orbit. Planet. Satellite. Solar system. Space station. Star. Telescope. Word friends, dimensions and distance. 10 kilometers per hour. Be 10 centimeters high. Be 10 centimeters long. Be 10 centimeters wide. Be 10 kilometers away. be 10 kilometres from. Height. Length. Speed. Width. Large numbers. 100. 1,000. Million. Billion. Space travel. Flight simulator. Space plane. Space suit. Space tourism. Space tourist. Space traveller. Test flight. Zero gravity. Space science. Balloon. Capsule. Engine. Force. Helium. Oxygen. Parachute. Sound barrier. Extra words. Analysis. Appear. Atmosphere. Bright stars. Calculation. Data. Discovery. Dust. Experiment. Float. Footprint. Free fall. Globe. Ground. Jet plane. Land. Landing module. Manned flight. Mars. Mercury. Mission. Mystery. On board. Orbit. Push limits. Record breaker. Robot. Rover. Scientific achievement. Scientist. Signal. Skydiver. Solar panel. Sound wave. Space rubbish. Space science. Spacecraft. Spaceship. Speed of sound. Surface. Universe. Venus. Visible.
Track 5.19. 1.
Would you buy a ticket to the moon?
2.
If I were an astronaut, I'd miss my friends on Earth.
3.
The space travellers would have got lost in space without their star map.
4.
Sound travels at 333 metres per second.
5.
What's the width of the Earth?
Track 5.20.
Welcome, everybody, to the Space Museum. In this room, you can see a model of our solar system, and on the wall, a map of our own galaxy. The red arrow shows the planet Earth. But if you look, you won't see it. It's too small. Welcome everybody to the Space Museum. In this room you can see a model of our solar system. And on the wall, a map of our own galaxy. The red arrow shows the planet Earth. But if you look, you won't see it. It's too small.
Track 5.21.
Exploration and adventure. Some people are challenging what is possible on Earth and in space. We're going to meet two of them. Tim Peake has been an astronaut on the International Space Station, ISS. His work there didn't stop him doing the sports he loves. Believe it or not, in 2016 he took part in the London Marathon from space. He did it to raise money for charity. How? Easy. A rope kept him tied to the running machine. The ISS is a zero-gravity lab where a crew of 6 people live and work. They travel in the space station, which orbits the Earth every 90 minutes at a speed of 28,800 kilometres per hour. So Tim Peake not only ran the usual 42 kilometres, but also travelled more than 100,000 kilometres during his marathon run. Peake isn't the only astronaut to explore what is possible when playing their favourite sport. American astronauts often play weightless baseball or basketball, and sometimes even golf. Zero gravity makes things slower, but they still work. You can even throw a boomerang and it returns to you in orbit just like on Earth. Talking of Earth, some people are finding that there are still many places to explore here too. Ocean depths and hidden unknown places in far mountains and forests still call to people looking for adventure. For TV adventurer Steve Backshall, that call is stronger than prospects of potential problems and difficulties. His team recently filmed in the tabletop mountains of Venezuela to explore the little-known area at the top. They went down the vertical sides of the mountains on ropes. Floating in mid-air and viewing the world spread out below has curious similarities to the feelings of weightlessness and distance in space. Exploring space or far mountains isn't for everyone, but an attitude of looking for adventure has led to new discoveries and possibilities.
Track 6.1.
Asthma. Broken bone. Bruise. Chest infection. Ear infection. Eye infection. Cut. Fever. Insect bite. Migraine. Rash. Virus.
Track 6.2.
Antibacterial spray. Antiseptic cream. Bandage. Cough medicine. Painkiller. Pill. Sticking plaster. Thermometer.
Track 6.3.
Illnesses and accidents.
1,
Break a bone.
2,
Fall ill.
3,
Feel dizzy.
4,
Have an accident. Have a serious injury.
5,
Hurt your arm. Hurt your back. Hurt your leg.
6,
Lose your appetite. Lose your voice.
7,
Your muscles ache. At the doctor's.
8,
Ask for an appointment. Make an appointment.
9,
Describe your symptoms.
10,
Get a blood test.
11,
Get a prescription.
12,
Take your temperature. At the hospital.
13,
Get emergency treatment.
14,
Have an operation.
Track 6.4. A,
I'm with Sadie Black. Sadie's the local postwoman and her husband Malcolm isn't feeling too well. There's no GP on the island, so Malcolm asked for an online appointment with his doctor. How did it go?
Fantastic! Malcolm got through to the doctor straight away and he described his symptoms. He's got a sore throat. He's coughing a lot and he's lost his appetite. The doctor said he might have this new virus that's going round right now.
Did he get a prescription?
Yes, he did. The doctor's sending some medicine with the drone. It's a lot faster that way. Oh, here it comes now. Look!
B,
Claire Fraser is a young mother with 2 small children, Cameron and Heather. So Claire, what's it like to look after your kids' health while living on the island?
My kids are the healthiest kids on the planet. They never fall ill, but they're always playing outside, so they've had a few accidents. Last week, Cameron hurt his back when he fell out of a tree. And last night, Heather wasn't looking where she was going, and she ran into a wall and hit her head. And when she woke up this morning, she said she felt a bit dizzy. She seems okay now, but I've phoned up and made an appointment with the doctor just to be sure. We're going to take her over in the boat first thing this afternoon.
C,
Alex Munro is a keen runner, but last month he had an accident. Alex, how did it happen? What did you do?
I was running down to the beach when I fell and hurt my leg. I felt sure I'd broken a bone. I felt terrible. It was really painful. I almost fainted with the pain, to be honest. I called the emergency services for help, and they were amazing. They sent a helicopter to pick me up and take me to the hospital. I got emergency treatment in the helicopter. They also took my temperature and gave me painkillers. And just a few hours later, I had an operation. I was very annoyed with myself because I'm usually very careful when I run. I've had aching muscles, of course, many times, but this was the first time I'd ever had a serious injury. Oh, I hope it's the last time too.
Track 6.5.
Blind, blindness. Deaf, deafness. Ill, illness. Sick, sickness. Infect, infection. Injure, injury. Operate, operation. Allergy, allergic. Depression, depressed. Pain, painful.
Track 6.6.
Did you know? Your whole body can feel pain except for the brain. That's why doctors can operate on somebody's brain while they're awake. Some people have an allergy to pets, but cats and dogs can also be allergic to people. When you cut your finger, put sugar on it. It can stop an infection from developing. If you suffer from travel sickness when travelling in a car, try sitting in the front. Many adolescents suffer from depression. Check out our website for tips on how to feel more cheerful and less depressed.
Track 6.7.
When 10-year-old George said that he was getting headaches at school, his dad made an appointment for an eye test. The optician showed him some coloured images and asked him what numbers he could see, but George found the task difficult. The optician then asked George what his plans were for the future. George replied that he hoped to be a pilot. "That might be difficult," explained the doctor, "because you're colourblind." She told George that he probably wouldn't be able to fly planes in the future. He was very disappointed. Later, his mum told him that colour blindness ran in the family and said his granddad had the same problem, but that he had learned to live well with it. She said that he couldn't tell the difference between red and green. George asked whether that was why his granddad didn't drive. "No," replied his mum, "you can drive when you're colourblind. He just didn't like driving."
Track 6.8.
Healthy and happy? In a recent report, over 60% of young people said that they had used a health-related mobile app. By using these apps, you can take control of your health and fitness. Do you have problems sleeping? Try a sleep app. Do you want to work on your running? Download a training app. There are some fantastic apps out there, but which ones work? Bella, who is 16, sometimes gets bad headaches called migraines. This condition affects around 10% of young people. Bella uses a migraine app to manage her symptoms. She inputs data about any food she has eaten so she can identify foods that cause a migraine. The app has shown that she needs to avoid certain foods, like some types of nuts and cheese. The app also gives advice on helpful medications and healthy lifestyle. Poor sleep or stress can sometimes cause migraines, says Bella. I also use a relaxation app to stay calm when things get stressful. It's a life changer. Nathan, aged 15, started using a fitness app last year. Nathan wanted to get fitter, but he couldn't afford to go to the gym. I started with a walking app. I wanted something simple and fun, he explains. Nathan's app shows his walking route on a map. It counts his steps and measures his speed and heart rate. However, he thinks the best thing about the app is the music. Studies show that when walkers and runners match their movement to music, their performance improves. Nathan says he feels happier and less tired while he's exercising with music, so he would definitely recommend it. Luke's family has had a mixed experience with health apps. My sister was using an app to check salt and sugar in food, but then she often didn't eat family meals with us. My mum said that we would try a healthy eating app for the whole family. Now we use the app for recipe ideas. My sister and I enjoy cooking them, and our meals are healthier and tastier. We all have more energy too. Luke's sister's story shows that it's important to get advice before choosing an app. Speak to family and friends first. When you find one that's right for you, it can make a big difference.
Track 6.9.
Sandra's blog. It's a funny old world. Funny health stories. Bad health isn't usually funny, but there are times when stories of injuries or illnesses can make us laugh. For example, the other day I was at my friend Carol's and we were making lunch. Carol asked me to open a tin of sardines, but while I was doing it, I cut my finger. Carol told me to put it under the tap, but when I saw the blood in the water, I fainted. After a few seconds, I woke up and my finger was still bleeding. A lot. I asked Carol to do something. I was very upset. She told me not to panic and then ran to get her first aid kit. She asked me not to move while she put a sticking plaster on the cut. But after she'd done it, my finger was still bleeding. She'd put the plaster on the wrong finger. Have you got any funny health stories? Why not share them with us? Barry321 says, "One time when I was little, I hurt my ankle. It was sore, so I asked my mum to make it better. She asked my sister Jodie to get the first aid kit. Then she told me to sit down so she could put a bandage on it. Just then, the doorbell rang. Mum told us not to do anything and went to the door. Jodie took the bandage and started putting it on me. I asked her to stop, but she told me not to worry. She said she knew what she was doing. When Mum came back, she started laughing. Jodie had put the bandage round both my legs, from my ankles to my knees. I couldn't walk."
Track 6.10.
My mum's a doctor. Yesterday, her first patient was a young guy who seemed really shy and nervous. She told him to come in and asked him to take a seat. She asked him not to be nervous and told him to relax. She asked him to tell her what the problem was, and he said he'd hurt himself while he was shopping. She told him to explain where he had been hurt. He said it had happened in the frozen food section of the supermarket. She tried not to laugh and said that wasn't what she'd meant. Then she asked him to show her which part of his body hurt. He said it was his back.
Track 6.11.
Abseiling. BMXing. Free running. Hang gliding. Kite surfing. Paddleboarding. Parachuting. Sandboarding. Whitewater rafting. Ziplining.
Track 6.12.
Why do extreme sports? Well, they provide great exercise for your body. In many extreme sports, you use your whole body, so you exercise lots of different muscles. As most extreme sports are done outdoors, you also get lots of fresh air into your lungs. The adrenaline rush you get from doing an extreme sport really gets your blood pumping, so it's also good for your heart. But it's not only good for your physical health. Extreme sports can have a positive effect on your brain too. Research shows that doing extreme sports can improve your mood and your confidence and reduce stress. Of course, we should also remember that extreme sports are risky and are not for everybody. If you're not fit, you are at greater risk of injury, and certainly, if you have any serious medical problems, you should always check with your doctor first.
Track 6.13.
Oh, hi. It's Zara here. I'm just phoning about my birthday party on Saturday. I'm really glad you can come. Anyway, I've got some more details about it now. It's at a place called the Climbing Wall, opposite the library and next to the leisure centre. The party was at 10 a.m. on Saturday morning, but now it's at 11:30 instead. I hope that's okay. We'll do climbing and abseiling for an hour and a half, and then we'll have food at the place. We're going to have some pizzas and stuff.
Ask her if she has any food allergies.
Oh, yeah, my mum just told me to ask if you have any food allergies. So let my mum know if you do. Right, what else? Oh, yes. The man at the climbing wall told me to make sure everyone wears long sleeves and trousers. Oh, and Katie's mum said she'll give you a lift to the party if you want. But can you call her to let her know? Her number's 07964 738 276. I think that's everything. I can't wait. Bye.
Track 6.14. I wish I could help.
Listen, guys. Carla's got a first aid test tomorrow. How can we help her to revise for it?
I know. Let's do it in a practical way, right?
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Sorry I'm late.
No worries. Here, catch the frisbee, Carla.
No. Throw it to me. Oh, my nose. Should I keep my head up?
No, you'd better sit down, lean forward and breathe through your mouth.
Ah, that's better. Thanks. You carry on.
Good throw, Aaron. I've got it.
Are you all right, Abe? That was a nasty fall.
My ankle really hurts. What shall I do?
You need to put your foot up on my bag. And try pressing this cold bottle on your ankle. That should help.
Ah! What's that? I think a bee stung me on my neck. It really hurts.
Oh gosh! I wish I could help, but I haven't got a cream with me.
Carla, I'm fine. We're just helping you to revise first aid.
Oh, I see.
Track 6.15. 1.
My ear really hurts. It started last night and I couldn't sleep very well.
2.
I cut my finger on a piece of metal on my bike. It's only a very small cut, but it won't stop bleeding.
3.
I've got a really bad stomachache, but I don't want to miss my swimming lesson. If you were me, what would you do?
Track 6.16. 1.
My ear really hurts. It started last night and I couldn't sleep very well.
You'd better go to the doctors. It sounds like you've got an infection.
2.
I cut my finger on a piece of metal on my bike. It's only a very small cut, but it won't stop bleeding.
Have you tried putting a plaster on it? That should stop the bleeding.
3.
I've got a really bad stomachache, but I don't want to miss my swimming lesson. If you were me, what would you do?
Go home. You shouldn't go swimming with a stomachache. It could be dangerous.
Track 6.17.
Health problems. Asthma. Broken bone. Bruise. Chest infection. Ear infection. Eye infection. Cut. Fever. Insect bite. Migraine. Rash. Virus. First aid kit. Antibacterial spray. Antiseptic cream. Bandage. Cough medicine. Painkiller. Pill. Sticking plaster. Thermometer. Word friends, illnesses and accidents. Break a bone. Fall ill. Feel dizzy. Have a serious injury. Have an accident. Hurt your arm. Hurt your back. Hurt your leg. Lose your appetite. Lose your voice. Your muscles ache. Word friends, at the doctor's. Ask for an appointment. Describe your symptoms. Get a blood test. Get a prescription. Make an appointment. Take your temperature. Word friends, at the hospital. Get emergency treatment. Have an operation. Word building, health and illness. Allergic. Allergy. Blind. Blindness. Deaf. Deafness. Depressed. Depression. Ill. Illness. Infect. Infection. Injure. Injury. Operate. Operation. Pain. Painful. Sick. Sickness. Health improvement. Avoid certain foods. Count your steps. Give advice. Have more energy. Make a big difference. Manage your symptoms. Measure your heart rate. Measure your speed. Show a walking route. Stay calm. Take control of your health and fitness. Extreme sports. Abseiling. BMXing. Free running. Hang gliding. Kite surfing. Paddleboarding. Parachuting. Sandboarding. Whitewater rafting. Ziplining. Extra words. Ankle. Bleed. Brain. Chemists. Colourblind. Condition. Cough. Doctor's surgery. Emergency services. Eye test. Faint. Fall. Healthcare. Lung. Nosebleed. Sneeze. Sore throat. Stomachache. Suffer. Suffer an injury. Take care of yourself.
Track 6.18.
I have an insect bite on my foot.
Are you sure?
I think so.
Can I take a look?
Sure, it's just there.
I can see it. I'll put some cream on it.
Track 6.19.
I work as a school nurse. Most problems are not too serious. Students sometimes have a nosebleed or painful bruises, or they might want some pills for a headache or need a plaster for a cut on their hand. But I have to be ready for serious injuries too. I work as a school nurse. Most problems are not too serious. Students sometimes have a nosebleed or painful bruises. Or they might want some pills for a headache. Or need a plaster for a cut. On their hand. But I have to be ready for serious injuries too.
Track 6.20.
Today I'm talking to teenage campaigner Ash Akrobati. Ash, thanks for joining us today.
No problem. It's great to be on the show.
So Ash, tell us about your campaign.
Well, I was talking to my grandmother and she said that a lot of older people in our town were very lonely. So I decided to start a campaign to help.
What did you do?
First, I talked to some of my grandmother's friends and their friends to find out why they didn't have enough company.
And what were the reasons?
There were two main ones. The first was that their families lived far away, so they couldn't visit very often. And the second was that it wasn't easy to go to their friends' houses because they couldn't walk very far and there weren't enough buses.
What did you do next?
I started a petition. It asks for more buses so that older people can travel around town to visit their friends more easily.
Did a lot of people sign your petition?
Yes, more than 10,000 people signed it. And I also did a social media campaign to raise some money for an old and young club.
What's an old and young club?
It's a club that brings older people and teenagers together. We meet every week in a local hall. The teenagers go to the old people's houses and help them to get to the hall. Then we chat and play games together. It's a lot of fun.
Was it easy to find teenage volunteers?
No, it wasn't. Not at first, anyway. I put up posters at school, but no one showed any interest. 2 of my friends were the first volunteers, and luckily they enjoyed it. They helped me to find more volunteers. We also took leaflets about the club to doctors, and the doctors gave the leaflets to their older patients. Now we have 10 volunteers and 20 older people at the club every week. I think we really make a difference.
Great work, Ash.
Progress check 1 to 6. Track 1.
Welcome, everybody, to your tour of the Space Museum. Please follow my instructions as we move from room to room. I will also give you some interesting facts and information. Please follow the blue line. It will lead to the planet room. Here we are. On the wall in front of you, you can see our solar system. I'll give you some time to read the information about each planet or listen to the audio commentary if you prefer. Working in space is not so easy. So, our second room is about the life and tasks of an astronaut. Follow the blue line, and I'll meet you there. Here is a real astronaut suit, helmet and gloves. You can try them on if you want. The gloves are really important. Sometimes an astronaut has to do a spacewalk outside the space station to be a mechanic. If they need to fix something, they have to be able to move their fingers. When you put on the gloves, you can feel the heat inside. They are keeping your fingers warm. It's very cold in space. And the astronauts have to stay healthy too. If they have a health problem, they can describe their symptoms on a special app for space health. It's right here on this computer. Go ahead. Imagine you have an illness. Try it and see what it says. There are real medical officers on the space station, of course. The app is only there to help. It can also measure heart rate, take a blood test, and get other biodata. It shares this data by satellite with doctors on Earth. So, now we are in room number 3. We're going to learn some space science. Please listen and read the information when you look at the equipment. And we have an experiment you can try for yourself. Helium gas is very useful to astronauts. Let's see why. If you press this button, it will fill the balloon. Now, watch the balloon. That's right, it goes up. This shows that helium is lighter than air. Please go through these double doors and look up. It's amazing, isn't it? What you see on the whole ceiling of this enormous room is our galaxy. Go ahead. Count the stars to see how many there are. No, that's a joke. It would take you a very long time. There are about 100,000 million of them.
Progress check 1 to 6. Track 2.
Jenna's blog, Career Day. At our last parents' evening, the head teacher thought it would be a good idea for parents to come in a couple of hours earlier. The idea was for the students to meet parents with different jobs, learn about them, and maybe ask some questions. If the students found out about jobs from people who did them, it would help them make their own decisions in the future. My mum didn't want to do it at first. She's a librarian and she thought that nobody would come and talk to her because they would think it was a boring job. She decided to come in the end, and many of my friends talked to her. Later, they told me it made them think about how useful her work was. She advises all members of the community who visit the library. Some of my friends have started thinking about becoming librarians now. My best friend really likes computers and spent time talking to an app designer. She'd like to design apps herself, but she was surprised by how much more there is to the job than just being creative. The designer has to work as part of a team. He gets feedback from colleagues at each stage in the project and has to change things. Sometimes he has to start all over again. My friend has started thinking about other jobs now. I talked to a lab assistant. When she was describing her work, it was difficult for me to concentrate, and she could see that. So she started talking about other things instead. Her sons, food, TV and stuff. She smiled and said she could see I wasn't very interested in her job. I felt a bit bad and said I was sorry, so she asked me to come to her work and find out more about it. Give it a chance, she said. So, a few days later, I did. She showed me one way her research team use computers to develop medicine. It was hard to follow what she was saying. But then she asked me to sit in front of the computer and try making my own medicine. To me, it made a big difference when I had a go myself. Maybe I would like to do that as a job one day. But if she hadn't introduced me to it, I never would have thought about it.
Track 7.1.
Fold your arms. Follow a conversation. Have an open mind. Look someone in the eye. Make eye contact. Nod your head. Shake your head. Pay attention. Point your finger. Raise an eyebrow. Raise your voice. Lower your voice. Shrug your shoulders. Stand up straight.
Track 7.2.
Communicate. Communication. Define. Definition. Describe. Description. Discuss. Discussion. Explain. Explanation. Express. Expression. Inform. Information. Pronounce. Pronunciation. Suggest. Suggestion.
Track 7.3.
FaceTime or screen time. We watched a documentary in class yesterday about non-verbal communication. There was a lot of interesting information about body language. An expert from Canada described the meaning of different movements. Her explanation was clear and entertaining. She had a great accent. I loved the way she pronounced some words, and she used some Canadian expressions that I'd never heard before. Afterwards, we had a lively discussion on how we prefer to communicate with friends. I suggested that it's easier to express your feelings when you're physically with other people, rather than talking to them on a screen.
Track 7.4.
Escape rooms. Have you ever been to an escape room? I've just been to one called Beat It. It opened a year ago, and since then, thousands of customers have been challenged by their fantastic games. Their newest game is called Communicout. It's designed for groups of 2 to 6, and it must be finished within 1 hour. The game was specially created by experts to improve communication skills. Role plays are used, so each player can experience various roles and situations. Before you start, you are told to listen carefully and to observe everything. Everyone in the group should be heard because the game can't be won unless you work as a team. Listen to today's podcast as I tell Mel how I got on.
Track 7.5.
So today on the podcast, I am joined by Zach, and we are going to talk about escape rooms. Hi, Zach.
Hi, Mel. Sorry I'm late. I was in London and my train was delayed by bad weather on the way back.
No problem. Okay, what can we say about escape rooms? Well, first of all, they're very popular. Did you know there are at least 1,500 escape rooms in the country? And that 3 escape rooms have opened up in our area since last year?
No, I didn't know that.
What happens in an escape room?
Well, firstly, they describe a situation or a story. Then some rules and some instructions are given out, and you use logic and observational skills to find clues and to work out the answers to lots of puzzles. There's a time limit. The game must be completed in an hour. And you've got to work as a team. It can't be done if you don't share ideas. You've got to work together.
I see. So you were invited to an escape room recently?
Yes, I was taken there by my cousin Mike for his birthday, with 4 of his friends.
Lucky you! I have never been invited to do something like that for a birthday. It's a good idea, though. So, how did you get on? Did you have any arguments?
Well, yes. Maybe our voices were raised once or twice, but we didn't fight.
Did you win?
Yes, we completed the game with 32 seconds to spare.
Oh, well done. Okay, tell me more about the...
Track 7.6.
April Fool's Day in the media. Newspapers are usually reliable sources of news. So are radio stations and TV channels. However, there is one day every year when false stories are reported. In Spain, it's on the 28th of December. But in most of the world, including the UK, it's on the 1st of April, and it's known as April Fool's Day. One of the earliest April Fool's Day reports on British television was shown on the BBC in 1957. It showed farm workers in a field in Switzerland. The reporter on location explained they were picking spaghetti from the trees before putting it in the sun to dry. Many viewers believed the story and sent letters asking where spaghetti trees could be bought. In 1971, on French radio, it was revealed that drivers would have to begin driving on the left. The reason given? To help British tourists. On the 1st of April 1976, on BBC Radio 2, the famous astronomer Patrick Moore reported that the position of 2 planets was going to reduce the effect of gravity. As a result, people would feel lighter for a few seconds. Moore invited his listeners to jump in the air at precisely 9:47 a.m. to experience a floating feeling like astronauts. Many did. More recently, in 2008, the BBC reported on flying penguins in Antarctica. The birds were filmed apparently preparing for their long flight to the Amazon. Many April Fool's jokes have been printed in the press. In 1931, a Berlin journalist wrote an article with a photo of a bus that was 4 floors high. It wasn't explained how it passed under bridges. And one year, on the 28th of December, a local newspaper in the Spanish city of Granada talked about free helicopter rides from the city centre to the Sierra Nevada ski resort. Hundreds of excited skiers turned up with their skis. Should the media play jokes like these on their audiences? They're funny, but some people think it's not right for news organisations to tell lies and make fun of people. Some of the skiers in Granada, for example, were angry that they'd wasted their time and been made to look silly. Finally, there's one more problem with April Fool's Day. People might believe a serious story is just a joke. For example, in 1946, many people in Hawaii and Alaska ignored warnings about a tsunami because it was the 1st of April. 165 people were killed.
Track 7.7.
My brother loves April Fool's Day, and every year he plays a different trick. Sometimes they're funny, and other times they're just annoying. For example, this year he changed the language on the TV so that everything was in Spanish. Nobody speaks Spanish in our house. Last year he put my little sister's socks in my drawer. When I took out a pair of socks in the morning and tried to put them on, I thought my feet had grown. Hey, I'm not at my best in the mornings. Another year, he stuck a huge black plastic spider on the inside of a lamp in the living room. My mom almost had a heart attack. And a few years ago, when we were in a burger restaurant, he went up to the counter and asked for a left-handed burger. The guy behind the counter just looked at him. My brother explained that he was left-handed, so he needed a burger for left-handed people. The guy didn't say anything. He just nodded. Then he took a pen and wrote something on the box that the burger was in. He gave it to my brother. We looked at the box. The guy had written burger for left-handed people on it. We all started laughing. It was pretty funny.
Track 7.8.
Learn sign language. We are pleased to report that from September to December, free sign language classes will be offered to parents, teachers and students at Meadowbank High. The classes will be aimed at beginners. The course, which will be taught by a professional teacher, will be held in room 1H on Mondays at 4:30 p.m. All materials will be provided. You won't be expected to do homework, but there will be online exercises on the school website for further practice. If numbers are not high enough, the classes won't be continued in January.
Track 7.9.
We believe that Mandarin Chinese will be used by large companies more often in the future. So, from next week, Mandarin will be taught at our school by teachers from Beijing. Pronunciation and speaking will be given great importance in the classes. The students won't be tested, but a weekly quiz will be organised. At the end of the course, a Chinese meal will be prepared to celebrate.
Track 7.10.
Billboard. Brand. Commercial. Leaflet. Logo. Poster. Slogan. Target audience.
Track 7.11. 1.
For our 10th anniversary, we've got something different for you. So, if you're looking for great taste, try our new Giant with fresh lettuce and a special mustard sauce. Not only will your hunger be satisfied, but also it's...
2.
Speed, safety, and style. All three are delivered with our new, exciting design. So put on your trainers and your cycle helmet and get ready for the ride of your life. Now available in Junk.
3.
Only one brand has been tested and shown to offer long-lasting protection against the daily attack of food and drink. From chocolate to coffee, White Stripe offers excellent cleaning power and will leave your breath fresh and...
4.
Oh no! Cheesy pasta sauce, roast chicken. That's no problem for Cinderella. Removing tough food from dishes has never been easier. And it's kind on your hands and nails too.
5.
Close your eyes and enjoy the beautiful, rich smell that is released when you open a bar of pure velvet. Relax and let each square melt in your mouth and enjoy the creamy flavor while your mind is taken wherever you...
Track 7.12. 1.
These are the jeans you like, aren't they? The ones with the butterfly logo.
I used to wear those when I was about 10, Mum. I'm looking for some BB jeans. They've got stars on the logo. You know, the ones that have that cool advert on TV.
Ah, here you are. These have got a silver star.
The logo for BB jeans have stars on a kind of crown. Not just one star. And they're gold, not silver. Let's try another shop.
2.
Oh, thanks.
What's that?
It's a leaflet for that new pizza restaurant on Bold Street.
Oh, I went there for my birthday.
What's it like?
Not bad. You get a free soft drink, which is all right, and you get a free salad with every meal. And I've got to say the salad bar is amazing. The pizzas are pretty good for the price, but I've had better ones.
3.
Hey Sam, what's that?
It's a poster for my band. We've been asked to play at a youth music festival at the weekend. Where do you think I should put it up?
There's a place in the supermarket where you can put up posters.
The supermarket? I'm not sure that's the best place. I was thinking about the music shop.
Yeah, I see what you mean. But it'll be seen by a lot more people at the supermarket.
You're right.
What about the school? That would be a good place.
Yeah, I know, but I'm sure I won't be allowed to put it up there.
4.
You're listening to Radio Crossways.
Dad, did you hear that?
What's that, Joe?
The advert on the radio for the new football academy. Can I go, Dad?
Sorry, son. I'm at the office all day Saturday.
It isn't on Saturday. It's on Sunday.
But that's when I take your sister to swimming lessons.
She starts at 12:30. The football training starts at 9:30, so it'll be finished by 11:30. Please, Dad.
I'd love to help, but your mum needs the car on Sunday morning, and she won't get back until 12.
Track 7.13. What do you mean?
Thanks for helping me practice my speech.
No problem. Go on then.
Some people think there's a...
Great. But how about slowing it down a bit?
Okay. Some people think...
Nice! But it would be better if you didn't just read your speech.
Are you suggesting I have to learn it?
Yes.
Like this. Some people think there is a secret formula to...
That's much better. But Who are you looking at?
What do you mean? I'm not looking at anyone.
Exactly. What we're saying is, don't look down. That's to say, look at the audience, not at the floor.
Okay. Some people think there's a...
Fantastic.
But maybe take your hands out of your pockets?
Yes. And use some body language.
Okay, I get it. And that's the secret to a memorable speech. Thank you very much.
Track 7.14.
Are you saying my speech was boring?
No, sorry. I didn't mean it was boring.
Well, what did you mean then?
What I was trying to say is, it was too long.
In other words, you thought it was boring.
Track 7.15. 1.
There aren't many people here.
2.
She's a fantastic speaker.
3.
We haven't got much time.
4.
His voice is lovely.
5.
He doesn't like speaking in public.
6.
She looks good.
7.
I can't talk about that.
8.
It went well.
9.
You didn't like it.
10.
You've made a lot of speeches.
Track 7.16. 1.
There aren't many people here, are there?
2.
She's a fantastic speaker, isn't she?
3.
We haven't got much time, have we?
4.
His voice is lovely, isn't it?
5.
He doesn't like speaking in public, does he?
6.
She looks good, doesn't she?
7.
I can't talk about that, can I?
8.
It went well, didn't it?
9.
You didn't like it, did you?
10.
You've made a lot of speeches, haven't you?
Track 7.17.
Word friends. Effective communication and body language. Fold your arms. Follow a conversation. Have an open mind. Look someone in the eye. Lower your voice. Make eye contact. Nod your head. Pay attention. Point your finger. Raise an eyebrow. Raise your voice. Shake your head. Shrug your shoulders. Stand up straight. Word building, communication. Communicate. Communication. Define. Definition. Describe. Description. Discuss. Discussion. Explain. Explanation. express, expression, inform, information, pronounce, pronunciation, suggest, suggestion. The media, audience, journalist, listener, on location, print, radio station, reliable source, report, reporter, the press, TV channel, viewer, advertising, billboard, brand, commercial, leaflet, logo, poster, slogan, target audience, extra words, accent, advert, April Fool's joke, argument, change the topic, chat, communication skills, complex, design, emotional, graphics, hilarious, humor, ignore, instruction, left-handed, loudly, meaning, news organization, observe, play a trick, podcast, politely, reason, record, roleplay, rude, share ideas, shocked, shout, sign language, sit forward, sound quality, speak clearly, speech, tell a joke, tell lies, trust, volume, warning, write an article.
Track 7.18.
Communication, expression, shrug, special.
Track 7.19. 1.
Shrug, shake, shoulders, share, shocked, shout.
2.
Special, commercial.
3.
Expression, discussion.
4.
Communication, conversation, attention, definition, description, explanation, information, pronunciation, location, station, emotional, instruction, organisation.
Track 7.20.
Can you both pay attention, please? This photograph will be on posters all around the city. Boy on the left, point at the breakfast cereal, but make eye contact with the girl too. Girl on the right, fold your arms, but look at the cereal and raise an eyebrow. Can you both pay attention, please? This photograph will be on posters all around the city. Boy on the left, point at the breakfast cereal, but make eye contact with the girl too. Girl on the right, fold your arms, but look at the cereal and raise an eyebrow.
Track 7.21.
English never stops changing. All languages are in flux. In other words, they are constantly changing. This is especially true of English, which is a real global language. There are now 3 times more non-native speakers of English than natives. About 1 billion people speak it as a foreign language, while only 360 million speak it as a mother tongue. So why is English changing, and is this a good thing? One reason is globalization. Today, business meetings can be held with people from all over the world, for example, Brazil, Nigeria and Japan. Nearly always, the only common language spoken will be English. This has led to the creation of a new language variety called International English. It's a kind of English which speakers from all countries can use to talk to each other. English plays a different role in different countries. In Singapore, Hong Kong and the Philippines, English is spoken as a second language. In the Philippines, Tagalog, the country's main language, and English merge to create a variety called Taglish. But some local languages don't merge with official languages in this way, and they are in danger because fewer people speak them. The use of slang also changes a language. For example, colloquial terms such as innit, isn't it, and like are used so much in contemporary English that they are now a kind of punctuation. But if people use these terms to communicate, maybe they should count as real words. The fact is that a language evolves because new words are constantly being added to it. Nouns such as emoticon, spam or blog, and verbs like Google, Photoshop or Skype have all been introduced into the English language thanks to digital technology, and they will be with us for a long time. There is much discussion about whether these words should be in the dictionary or not, and some new words never make it into dictionaries. But at the same time, some words and languages that have been with us for a long time are disappearing.
Track 8.1.
Styles of painting. Abstract art. Classic art. Impressionist art. Modern art. Pop art. Art forms. Architecture. Art installation. Design. Film making. Photography. Sculpture.
Track 8.2. 1.
Sculpture is the art of creating objects out of stone, wood, metal, clay, etc.
2.
Photography is the art of producing pictures using a camera.
3.
Pop art is a style of painting that uses objects from ordinary life. It was very popular in the 1960s.
4.
Abstract art is a style of painting that uses mainly shapes and lines and does not show people or things in a realistic way.
5.
Architecture is the art of designing buildings.
6.
An art installation is a piece of art that is made using light, sound, etc., as well as objects.
Track 8.3.
Create an impressive work of art. Create a memorable work of art. Create a powerful work of art. Choose bright colours. Choose clear colours. Use bright colours. Use clear colours. Design a colourful building. Design an unusual building. Have a mysterious atmosphere. Have a unique atmosphere. Have a warm atmosphere. Paint a landscape. Paint a portrait. Paint a scene. Perform a dance. Perform a piece of music. Publish a book. Publish a newspaper. Publish poems. Visit an art exhibition.
Track 8.4.
Author. Autobiography. Biography. Chapter. Character. Cover. Fiction. Non-fiction. Novel. Novelist. Plot. Short story. Title.
Track 8.5. 1.
If a novel is boring, I stop reading it.
2.
I often read a couple of chapters of a book at bedtime.
3.
Interesting characters are more important than a good plot.
4.
I prefer reading non-fiction such as science books.
5.
I often choose a book because I like the cover.
6.
Short stories are more fun to read than non-fiction.
Track 8.6.
Books by young writers. A. Christine Marie Einzer published her first non-fiction book when she was 15. Diary of a Tokyo Teen is an autobiography. It tells the true story of a year she spent in Tokyo. As well as being the author of the book, Christine is a skilled artist, so she drew some impressive pictures of her life in a foreign country. Her art appears on the cover of her book too. B. Christopher Paolini was 15 when he started writing fiction about dragons. The title of his first book was Eragon. Eragon, the main character, is a boy who goes on an adventure with a dragon. Christopher obviously enjoyed writing. Eragon has 59 chapters and is the first novel in a series of 5. Christopher is now a well-known novelist.
Track 8.7.
Books come alive. I have always loved comics. I started collecting superhero comics like Spider-Man when I was about 10. I loved manga comics and tried to copy the drawings, but I couldn't do them very well. When I started to read novels, I couldn't always follow the story and missed the pictures. Then I discovered graphic novels. They're great if you aren't able to read very quickly and the pictures keep you interested. We've just started reading Shakespeare's play Hamlet at school. At first, I couldn't follow the plot. Now my dad has managed to find a graphic novel of it in the library, so I'll be able to understand the story and the characters. This doesn't mean I won't be able to read longer novels in the future. It just means that I'll be able to enjoy types of books that I wouldn't normally read.
Track 8.8.
What's the matter, love?
I couldn't sleep last night and now I can't concentrate.
Why don't you read before you go to sleep? A good book can help you to relax.
The next day.
Hi, Mom. I managed to get a great book from the library.
Oh, that's good. Tonight you'll be able to read it in bed and you'll soon fall asleep.
It's a horror story.
That's no good, Oscar. You won't be able to sleep after that.
Track 8.9.
Express yourself. As a kid, Tyler Gordon used to love watching his mom paint. One day when he was 10, he asked her if he could do a painting. The only spare paint was black, but she gave him that and a canvas. She left the room for 20 minutes, and when she returned, she couldn't believe her eyes. Although he'd never done a portrait before, Tyler had produced an amazing image of the principal at his school. Tyler was born deaf, but after an operation, he could hear in one ear. Like many young kids, Tyler loved sports. However, he was still deaf in one ear and had a speech problem, so he wasn't able to communicate well with his teammates. For this reason, Tyler was told he couldn't play on his youth football team. Although he was disappointed, Tyler managed to find a positive solution. He became a cheerleader and won many prizes. Tyler's love of sports led him to create powerful portraits of sports stars. When he was 12, Tyler painted a portrait of basketball player Kevin Durant, and he shared it on social media. Durant saw the picture and decided to meet Tyler and buy the painting. Of course, this appeared in the news, and soon pop stars like Jennifer Lopez and Janet Jackson were asking for portraits. He has also painted U.S. President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. Tyler doesn't normally paint landscapes. He enjoys creating large pictures, but they aren't usually colorful. His typical style uses strong, simple lines and blocks of color. He works really fast. A painting can be finished in half an hour, but he's not afraid to start again if something goes wrong. Tyler also creates self-portraits, often when he's had a difficult day at school. He's experienced some bullying because of his speech problem, so painting is a great way to express his emotions. Tyler enjoys sharing his art on social media, and he often posts videos to teach people how to paint. He also does paintings in front of a live audience. If you are ever in San Jose, California, make sure you visit the local art gallery, where you can see Tyler's work on display.
Track 8.10.
Poet's Corner by Safia, rap artist and poet. Since I started doing poetry presentations last year, people have been asking me the same questions, so I wanted to share my answers here. How do I write poems? If you want to write poems, you must read poems. Also, you mustn't try to please other people. You have to do this for yourself. And don't worry, poems don't have to rhyme and they don't have to be long. In fact, it's a good idea to start with a short poem. When you're writing poems, just say what you feel. How do I do poetry presentations? Of course, you don't have to read your poems to other people, but performing to an audience is a nice way of sharing your work and getting feedback. I was nervous before my first reading, so I had to practice for hours in front of the mirror. Think about the message you want to give. Then, when you have an audience, you're allowed to use notes, so you don't have to memorize every word. If you decide to share poems in future, you'll have to be ready for criticism. It's the best way to improve your poems.
Track 8.11.
Types of publishing. Newspaper. Magazine. News app. Online news site. In the news. Advert. Celebrity gossip. Headline. Local news. National news. Weather forecast. People. Designer. Editor. Paparazzi.
Track 8.12.
Hi, Freddie. What are you doing here?
Oh, hi, Ava. I've just spent the day in the newspaper office round the corner. I won second prize in that competition.
What? The photography one?
No, that was ages ago. I wrote a short story for the local newspaper. They published my story, and I won some cinema tickets. The first prize winner and I were also invited to spend a day at the newspaper office, learning about journalism.
So how did it go?
The first prize winner was ill, so I had to go on my own.
I hope you weren't late.
I was just on time. I met the editor when I arrived, and she was really friendly. She introduced me to all the journalists.
What was it like in the office?
Well, there weren't any big stories, so it was quite quiet. There are lots of TV screens that show the news all day.
How do the journalists write if they're watching TV?
Well, they aren't exactly watching TV. They're trying to discover new stories.
Did anything exciting happen?
Not really. For example, one story was about a problem with birds in the town. They keep pinching food off the tables at local cafes.
That's actually quite funny.
Yeah, and I managed to write the headline, "Cheeky birds steal crisps."
Well done, Freddie. Did you meet any local celebrities?
Actually, yes. A reporter took me to a sports stadium to do an interview with a football player. He signed a football shirt for me.
Lucky you. So were the paparazzi there?
No, actually the photographer couldn't get there, so the reporter took a photo on his phone after the interview. The footballer didn't look happy. I think he was disappointed.
So was that the best part of the day?
Yes, it was definitely the best thing that happened, but it wasn't the strangest. When I got back to the office, there was a real pony in the reception.
A pony? What was that about? Was it lost?
A man brought it in because he wanted the newspaper to publish a story about it.
So what happened?
The pony got very angry and started making strange noises. It looks like you never know what's going to happen when you work as a journalist.
Track 8.13. This one is the best.
All of your pictures look great, Carla. Here. You've got even more.
Oh no, not those ones. They are not finished yet. Okay, I think this one's the best. It looks brighter than the others. I'll get this one framed. Okay, time to unwrap the package. Oh no! It's not the one I chose. How did this happen? This one's really awful.
But this drawing's amazing. If you ask me, it's really original.
Are you kidding me? Look! It's not finished. These colours are too dark, and the background's too plain. This is a total disaster.
I could be wrong, but it looks more interesting than the other one. Anyway, it's too late now.
And the winner in the category of Best Portrait is Carla Silver. Congratulations.
What? I can't believe it.
I told you it was brilliant. It's totally different from the others.
Track 8.14. 1.
I'm not sure I want to go to a graffiti exhibition.
Personally, Dad, I think it's more interesting than normal boring art.
Well, it is totally different from other art. You're right there. OK, let's get tickets.
Brilliant.
2.
I don't understand why you don't want to be in the school play, Leo. On the one hand, it's a lot of work, yes, but on the other hand, it's a fantastic experience.
As I see it, the audience is really scary. Everyone will be watching.
OK, but will you think about it?
I really can't.
Track 8.15.
Visual arts. Abstract art. Architecture. Art installation. Classic art. Design. Filmmaking. Impressionist art. Modern art. Photography. Pop art. Sculpture. Word friends, describing art. Choose bright colours. Choose clear colours. Create an impressive work of art. Create a memorable work of art. Create a powerful work of art. Design a colourful building. Design an unusual building. Have a mysterious atmosphere. Have a unique atmosphere. Have a warm atmosphere. Paint a landscape. Paint a portrait. Paint a scene. Perform a dance. Perform a piece of music. Publish a book. Publish a newspaper. Publish poems. Use bright colours. Use clear colours. Visit an art exhibition. Literature and books. Author. Autobiography. Biography. Chapter. Character. Cover. Fiction. Non-fiction. Novel. Novelist. Plot. Short story. Title. Painting. Art gallery. Block of colour. Canvas. Image. On display. Self-portrait. Simple line. Typical style. Work. Journalism. Advert. Celebrity gossip. Designer. Editor. Headline. Journalist. Local news. Magazine. National news. News app. Newspaper. Online news site. Paparazzi. Reporter. Weather forecast. Extra words. Comic. Craft. Criticism. Do an interview with. Express emotions. Graphic novel. Impressionism. Inspiration. Light show. Microphone. Oil painting. Piece of art. Poet. Process. Rap artist. Read aloud. Represent. Rhyme. Shape. Skilled. Sound effects. True story. Visual information.
Track 8.16. 1,
Criticism.
2,
Unusual.
3,
Exhibition.
Track 8.17. 1,
Criticism. Architecture. Memorable.
2,
Unusual. Celebrity. Mysterious. Photography.
3,
Exhibition. Installation. Paparazzi.
Track 8.18.
If you see an unusual sculpture or a piece of modern art, you might not like it at first. But think about what the artist was trying to show and you might like it better. If not, there are still landscape or portrait paintings for you to enjoy. If you see an unusual sculpture, or a piece of modern art, You might not like it at first. But think about what the artist was trying to show. And you might like it better. If not, there are still landscape or portrait paintings for you to enjoy.
Track 8.19.
So, photo A. That's definitely not right. It's the sun that causes sunburn. And when it's hot, people eat more ice cream too.
So sunburn and eating ice cream happen on the same days because something else, hot, sunny weather, causes both of them.
Yes. What about the second fact, about the firefighters?
That's wrong too. They've got the cause and the effect the wrong way round.
What do you mean?
Well, the firefighters aren't the cause of the damage. They're there because they're trying to stop it. A little fire that doesn't cause much damage doesn't need many firefighters. There are more firefighters at a bigger fire because it's more dangerous.
And look at the third example, about the Football World Cup. The number of letters in a country's name isn't the reason they won the competition. It's just a coincidence.
A very interesting coincidence.
Yes, but only a coincidence.
But the conclusion for the last one is right. It's not a coincidence that people who don't exercise are often not healthy. Physical inactivity can cause a lot of health problems.
Absolutely.
Track 8.20.
So, do you think it's just a coincidence that people feel happier when they wear brighter colours?
It depends how many people were asked. If you only ask a few people and they say they feel happier, that might be a coincidence. If you ask thousands of people and most of them say the same thing, it can't be a coincidence.
Okay, so if this fact comes from research into thousands of people, how can we explain it? Are the brightly coloured clothes the cause of the happiness?
Maybe. Bright colours might make you feel more cheerful.
Or the bright clothes could be an effect of the happiness. If you feel happy when you wake up, you choose brightly coloured clothes.
Or what else might explain it?
Well, a third thing might be the cause of the bright clothes and the happiness. For example, wearing bright clothes and feeling happy may both be effects of a good night's sleep and feeling full of energy.
Good thinking. Or the clothes and the happiness might be effects of sunshine.
Yes, maybe you wear bright clothes and feel happier when it's a sunny day.
Track 9.1.
Ceremony. Costume. Custom. Festival. Firework display. Parade. Special occasion. Tradition.
Track 9.2.
New Year is a special occasion in China too. On New Year's Eve, people get together with their families. They prepare a special meal, throw parties, let children stay up late, count down to midnight, and enjoy firework displays. Some people take part in religious ceremonies. But how is Chinese New Year different? Firstly, the date. The Chinese calendar is different, so New Year's Day can be from the 21st of January to the 20th of February, depending on the year. Secondly, the customs. Many families follow the tradition of cleaning their house to remove bad luck. Some repaint their houses red. They also hand out money in red envelopes, put up red decorations, and the traditional costume is a red dress. The colour red is said to bring good luck. It comes from a legend about the Nyan, a monster that used to eat people. A man scared it away with red paper and fireworks. Finally, in some communities, the festival can last for 15 days. On the final day, people light candles and walk in a parade with animal-shaped lamps. Red, of course.
Track 9.3.
Bring good luck. Bring bad luck. Celebrate a birthday. Follow the tradition of. Get together with friends. Get together with family. Light candles. Blow out candles. Light fireworks. Organize a party. Throw a party. Organize a surprise party. Throw a surprise party. Put up decorations. Prepare a meal. Stay up late. Turn 18. Turn a year older. Wrap presents. Unwrap presents.
Track 9.4.
Hey, Janet, listen to this. Happy birthday. It's normal on your birthday for your family or friends to throw a party, prepare your favorite meal, and sing happy birthday before you blow out the candles on your cake. But there are some other unusual birthday traditions around the world. Can you tell which of these are true?
Cool. Go on then.
Okay, number 1. In Vietnam, you don't celebrate your birthday on the day you were born. You turn a year older on Tet, New Year's Day, no matter when you were born.
No, that can't be true.
That's what I thought, but no, it's true. Okay, number 2. In Brazil, on a child's birthday, the parents often put up brightly colored paper flowers as decorations.
True.
Yep, it's true. 3. Many Jamaicans follow the tradition of flowering, or covering the birthday boy or girl in flour.
Flower? On your birthday? No, I don't think so. It's too messy.
I'm not sure. Let's see. Oh, it's true. 4. In parts of Canada, they rub your nose with butter on your birthday to bring good luck.
Yeah, I know that's true.
Yes, you're right. It's true. 5. In Japan and Korea, they often wrap birthday presents in cloth instead of paper. It's more ecological.
Oh, I hope it's true.
I think it is. Yes, true.
They're all true so far.
Yeah. So, last one. 6. In Spain, if you get together with friends on your birthday, you have to pay for the drinks.
That doesn't sound very fair.
No, but it's true.
Track 9.5.
Carnival. Fancy dress party. Family get-together. Formal dinner. School prom. Street party. Surprise party. Wedding reception.
Track 9.6.
Special festival days. Tonight is New Year's Eve, which is always a lot of fun. But there are other special festivals that are not as well known, and there are some people whose idea of fun is a bit unusual. For example, the people who enjoy Polar Bear Plunge Day. This takes place every year on the 1st of January in countries where it's very cold, like Canada. In Vancouver, where this event started in 1920, about 10,000 people jump into the freezing cold Pacific Ocean. On today's podcast, I'm joined by Zach, who has been finding out about some special festivals.
Track 9.7.
And we're back for part 2. Hello again, everyone. So, Polar Bear Plunge Day. Zach, would you take part in it?
No way! I can't stand cold water. I'm the kind of guy who prefers lying on a warm beach.
I know. Listen up, everyone. This is Zach, whose favourite hobby is lying down.
I'm not the only one.
What do you mean?
Well, lots of people enjoy the Festival of Sleep Day, which is on the 3rd of January. The idea is to help people that stay up partying too long over New Year. So, on this day, they can sleep as much as they like.
I know a few people who would like to celebrate that day.
Okay, next one. The 19th of September is International Talk Like a Pirate Day. This is the day which gives you the chance to be a pirate in public without feeling strange. Do you know anyone whose idea of fun is to talk like a pirate and dress up as one?
My friend Miguel, who lives in Costa Rica, is crazy about pirates. So yes.
Costa Rica? Is that the place where they filmed Pirates of the Caribbean?
No, I don't think so. Let's check. No. It was filmed mainly in Puerto Rico and in Pinewood Studios, where a lot of British films are made.
Right. Well, the next festival is Backwards Day, which is on the 31st of January. On that day, you have to do everything backwards. You know, walk, talk, write.
Crazy, is that?
Good, very, oh.
Track 9.8.
Ideas for celebrating turning 18. A. Junction 2.
Boston Manor Park is the venue for the Junction 2 Music Festival, which takes place from midday to 10 p.m. on the 4th and 5th of June. Many of the biggest names in house and techno are taking part this year. You must be 18 or over to attend. Tickets cost £49.50 for Friday the 4th of June and £65.45 for Saturday the 5th of June.
B. Easy Zorbing.
Do you fancy climbing inside a large transparent plastic ball and racing a friend down a hill at 50 kilometres per hour? If so, you should try Zorbing at Easy in the New Forest. It's an experience you'll never forget and it's totally safe. Price? £55 for 2 people. Special weekend offer? £43.
C. Warwick Castle.
Travel back in time at this impressive medieval castle. A 3D activity trail, scary games to learn about the past, fantastic shows with wild birds, actors and live concerts. It's a magical experience. A one-day ticket costs £22, $17 if you book ahead. Or you can stay overnight and make a weekend of it.
D. Tapas and Tacos.
Located on the South Bank near the Tate Modern Art Gallery, Tapas and Tacos is London's coolest new restaurant. If you're fond of Spanish and Mexican food and keen on dancing, this is the place to go. There's live music every evening from 8 p.m. and at lunchtime on weekends. Prices are reasonable and there's a 20% discount this month. Open every day from midday to midnight.
Track 9.9. Andy.
I'm into art, music and outdoor activities. I want to celebrate my birthday this weekend with my friends. I've got some money, so I can afford to pay for something exciting. There's a music festival I'd love to go to, but my friends aren't old enough. We all love extreme sports.
Emily.
I have a passion for music and dancing. I'd like to go out for my birthday on Saturday with a few close friends. There's a family get-together planned for the evening, so it will have to be during the day. We'd like to get a good meal in a nice place, but nowhere too expensive.
Robin.
I'm a big fan of extreme sports. I'm also crazy about music and dancing. Unfortunately, I broke my arm last week, so I can't do anything too physical. My birthday's next week, and I'd like to do something with my family. Recently, I've really got into English history and fantasy novels.
Track 9.10.
Hi, Sophie. I'm really looking forward to the trip to New Orleans. I've got a few questions, though. I know our flight's on the 24th of February, but can you remind me which terminal we're leaving from? Have you any idea if there's a pool in the hotel? And I'd like to know how long the flight will be. I'm scared of flying. Oh, and by the way, Mardi Gras. Do you know what it means? I've just found out. Love, Meryl.
Hi, Meryl. We're leaving from Terminal 2. I didn't know you were scared of flying. I wonder why you kept it a secret. But don't worry, it's a short flight, just over 2 hours. The hotel has an outdoor pool, so bring your swimming costume. By the way, do you mind if I film you during the trip? It's for my YouTube channel. See you soon, Sophie. P.S. I do know what Mardi Gras means. It's French for Fat Tuesday.
Track 9.11.
I love the masquerade ball. It's so much fun. Hey, could you tell me what your name is?
Yeah, sure. I'm Donna.
And I'm Sophie.
Good to meet you, Sophie. I was wondering if you two would like to hang out with us.
We'd love to.
Oh, it's really late. I need to go to bed. Where are we?
Donna, have you any idea where our hotel is? We're lost.
Do you remember what street it's in?
Bourbon Street.
It's just around the corner. Well, here we are. Sophie, I'd like to know if you had a good time.
Yes, definitely. Do you know when Mardi Gras starts next year?
The 1st of March.
We'll be here. Oh, before you go, I've got one more question for you.
Yeah?
Do you mind if I take a photo of you?
Of course not.
Track 9.12.
I think the best way to make a celebration really special, it doesn't matter if we're talking about Thanksgiving, New Year's Eve, or like today, U.S. Independence Day, is to have a firework display. So with us in the studio, we have Professor Diane Cook, an expert in Chinese history, who is going to tell us all about fireworks.
Hello, delighted to be here.
Track 9.13.
So, Professor, China makes a huge number of fireworks, more than any other country in the world. But did the Chinese invent fireworks?
Well, most historians agree that fireworks were invented in China over 2,000 years ago, although they've also been used in countries such as India and Syria for a very long time.
What were the first fireworks like?
Not the same as they are today. They made a lot of heat and light, and they smelled terrible, like rotten eggs, but they didn't sound as noisy as they do today.
They didn't make much noise.
No, they weren't very loud at all. But then somebody thought of putting a special powder inside a piece of bamboo wood and lighting it. This made a much louder noise. And after that, it became more popular to use fireworks to celebrate special events.
Could you tell me what early firework displays were like?
They were quite dangerous, actually. People were often scared when they saw them.
Some people still are, and dogs and cats feel terrified.
Yes, and birds, too. In the early days in England, firework experts, who were known as firemasters, traditionally had assistants called green men, whose job was to entertain the crowds with jokes and funny stories. They were called green men because they wore caps of leaves to protect their heads from fire. It was a dangerous job because early fireworks often went wrong.
What about other European countries?
Fireworks were very popular in Italy, which became famous for its huge displays. In the 1800s, the Italians had a great idea. They found that by adding metals and other powders, they could make fireworks with lots of beautiful colors. But although the new fireworks looked incredible, they were still not very safe.
How about in the USA?
Well, Europeans brought fireworks to the USA very early on. The first known firework display in America dates back to 1608. While the first Independence Day was, of course, in 1776, fireworks were not used until the following year, 1777. Since that year, firework displays have always been part of the Independence Day celebrations, along with barbecues and hot dogs and other things that taste delicious.
Yes. So, what are your plans for this evening?
Track 9.14.
Feel terrified. Look incredible. Smell terrible. Sound noisy. Taste delicious.
Track 9.15.
Early fireworks smelled terrible, like rotten eggs, but they were quiet. They didn't sound noisy like modern fireworks. Despite that, people often felt terrified when they saw them. Today we make fireworks with different colors. People love to take photos of them because they look incredible. On American Independence Day, people celebrate with fireworks, barbecues, and hot dogs that taste delicious.
Track 9.16. Sorry to bother you.
Excuse me, do you mind if I sit here?
Of course not. Go ahead.
Thanks. Sorry. Could you pass me the sugar, please?
Yes, of course. Here you are.
Thanks very much.
It's quite all right. Hi. Yeah, it's been a great tour so far. Do you know how many people are coming to the show tonight? Great. Bye.
Sorry to bother you, but are there any tickets left for the show tonight? Are they very expensive?
Of course. And they're free.
Really? Free tickets for your concert? I can't believe my luck.
My concert?
Aren't you Jane McLean?
No. People often say I look like her, but I'm not a singer. I work for an animal charity. We're giving a talk here tonight. Do you fancy coming? And I wonder if you could hand out these leaflets.
Sure.
That's really kind of you. Thanks.
Track 9.17.
Excuse me, sorry to bother you. I was wondering if I could ask you a question.
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
Do you happen to know where I should get off for Elm Street?
I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm not from here.
It's no problem. Thanks anyway.
Track 9.18.
Celebrations. Ceremony. Costume. Custom. Festival. Firework display. Parade. Special occasion. Tradition. Word friends, special occasions. Blow out candles. Bring bad luck. Bring good luck. Celebrate a birthday. Follow the tradition of. Get together with. Light candles. Light fireworks. Organize a party. Prepare a meal. Put up decorations. Stay up late. Throw a party. Turn a year older. Turn 18. Unwrap presents. Wrap presents. Types of celebrations. Carnival. Family get-together. Fancy dress party. Formal dinner. School prom. Street party. Surprise party. Wedding reception. Phrases to express likes. Be a big fan of. Be crazy about. Be fond of. Be into. Get into. Be keen on. Have a passion for. Sense verbs. Feel terrified. Look incredible. Smell terrible. Sound noisy. Taste delicious. Extra words. Attend. Attraction. Barbecue. Brightly coloured. Calendar. Close friend. Count down to. Dress up. Entertain. Event. Hang out. Independence Day. Live concert. Live music. Masquerade ball. Meet up. Midnight. New Year's Eve. Outdoor activity. Party. Powder. Ring a bell. Rotten. Rub. Show. Stay overnight. Take part. Take place. Thanksgiving. Traditional.
Track 9.19.
I'm fond of festivals, and I'm keen on customs. I'm into fireworks, and I'm crazy about parties.
Track 9.20.
Celebrations are very important in our family. We follow all our country's main traditions and customs. We get together before the event so we can help each other prepare meals, put up decorations, wear costumes, and so on. The hard work is always worth it in the end. Celebrations are very important in our family. We follow all our countries' main traditions and customs. We get together before the event. So we can help each other prepare meals. Put up decorations. Wear costumes, and so on. The hard work is always worth it in the end.
Track 9.21.
The UK's biggest gaming festival. When you think of festivals, do you think street parades, traditional events and colourful costumes? Well, think again. Nowadays it's fashionable to stay indoors with your screens. Why? It's to celebrate video gaming, which is one of the most popular hobbies around. There are lots of big gaming festivals in the world, and the UK is one of the main centres because most gamers communicate in English. Insomnia is the biggest gaming festival in the UK. It is held every year near Birmingham and attracts thousands of young people. It's an amazing get-together where you can meet the world's most renowned players. Some of these celebrities are only 11 or 12 years old. There are tournaments of popular games such as Mortal Kombat. Minecraft is also everywhere, which shows that it is a real cultural phenomenon. Although the festival happens inside and everyone is glued to screens, these events have a lot in common with traditional festivals. There are many fans who form long queues to watch celebrity gamers on big stages. There are incredible light displays and giant screens everywhere. At first sight, it looks more like a rock concert. We interviewed 2 teenagers at the Insomnia Festival in Coventry to see what they thought. Stuart says, "I love it here, but I would rather play video games at home. I'm into more traditional parties where people enjoy themselves together. Here everybody is watching the screen with their headphones on. They're isolated from each other. It would be better to watch it online than go to the event itself." Marcella says, "This is the best party I've ever been to. I've travelled across the world to be here. There's a real sense of community. I've met a lot of people who I only knew from the internet. We share our love for video games and discuss how best to play them. It's great for my English because that's what everyone speaks online and here too."
Progress check 1 to 9. Track 1.
I'm talking to Hannah Mitchell, who describes her art as drawing from life. Welcome, Hannah. Could you tell listeners how you draw from life?
Certainly, thank you. It's very simple. I go outside and look at people. I sometimes choose quiet places like waiting rooms, on a train, or big events like festivals. I sit there quietly with my paper and pencil and draw. Many people think that life drawing only means drawing live models inside an art room, but that isn't how it works for me.
How did you start drawing from life?
I remember I was on a long train trip and I couldn't think of anything to do. Fortunately, I had some paper with me. A man was asleep opposite me and his arms were folded. I started to draw him. I chose him because I liked how calm he looked in his sleep. I used my mum's pen, which she was doing magazine quizzes with. He was quite easy to draw because he wasn't moving.
Why did you decide to become a professional artist?
My family and friends were really keen on my drawings. I shared some of them on the internet, and advertisers contacted me. They needed pictures which could get the attention of target audiences for their brands. I drew the people how they wanted them to look. My work has been on display in exhibitions too. I was earning money and I love doing it. So why not?
Tell me more about the pictures. Do you draw from photographs too?
No, because they always change how things really look a little bit. I draw people the way I see them in the moment. I'm interested in the atmosphere they create around them and what's happening inside me when I see that. They're only portraits. I never draw landscapes, but I include the objects and features of the place next to the person to give some context.
And what do the people you draw think about it? Are they okay with it?
Well, a lot of the time they don't even know. Some of them are even asleep. I look up quickly and then look down again and draw what I remember, so it isn't that obvious. I've never had a problem. One time a man was very pleased when he came over to look at my drawing of him. I sent him a copy later.
Thank you very much, Hannah.
Progress check 1 to 9. Track 2.
Don't forget May Day. We all know and enjoy the biggest events of the year, like New Year, for example. People always remember April Fool's Day and Valentine's Day. The reason is that these days are connected to the strongest things we like to feel. People need to show their love and they need to laugh, so they are still as popular as ever. But I want to give some examples of less well-known holidays and explain why it's important to celebrate those too. Some people disagree because they say we already have enough celebrations. Organising festivals and celebrations is an expensive business. Decorations and costumes need to be bought, and people have to take time off work. That's why not everyone is into celebrating special occasions. They prefer to stay at home, ignore tradition, and not take part in the dancing and fun. But maybe they should try it. That's what I did recently at a May Day celebration in Oxford, and I came away with a much more positive opinion. May Day celebrates the power of the sun to make things grow. There were flowers everywhere to show that. The May Queen even wore some in her hair. The May Queen, dressed up in white, walked at the head of the parade. People were dancing, and folk music was playing. Another old traditional festival is St. George's Day, which, in England, is connected to the story of how St. George killed a terrible dragon. Since then, England has had wars and other problems, more real than dragons. St. George's Day gives the nation hope in difficult times, and many towns and villages still celebrate it. There are parades through their streets. Some people look forward to the atmosphere and the costumes. Unfortunately, many others don't even know the date, the 23rd of April. May Day, St. George's Day, and other less well-known celebrations should be more popular. They aren't just a reason for people to dance in the streets and have a good time. May Day reminds us how important nature is. It isn't just about flowers. Spring and summer is when our fruit and vegetables grow. And St. George's Day reminds the country it can come out on top against problems. St. George gave us hope, and nature gives us food. Those are important things to remember too.
Track 10.1.
Be. Was or were. Been. Beat. Beat. Beaten. Become. Became. Become. Begin. Began. Begun. Bet. 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 Bite. Bit. Bitten. Blow. Blew. Blown. Break. Broke. Broken. Bring. Brought. Brought. Build. Built. Built. Burn. Burned or burnt. Burned or burnt. Buy. Bought. Bought. Can. Could. Been able to. Catch. Caught. Caught. Choose. Chose. Chosen. Come. Came. Come. Cost. 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 Cut. 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 Deal. Dealt. Dealt. Dig. Dug. Dug. Do. Did. Done. Draw. Drew. Drawn. Dream. Dreamed or dreamt. Dreamed or dreamt. Drink. Drank. Drunk. Drive. Drove. Driven. Eat. Ate or ate. Eaten. Fall. Fell. Fallen. Feed. Fed. Fed. Feel. Felt. Felt. Fight. Fought. Fought. Find. Found. Found. Fly. Flew. Flown. Forget. Forgot. Forgotten. Forgive. Forgave. Forgiven. Freeze. Froze. Frozen. Get. Got. Got. Give. Gave. Given. Go. Went. Gone. Grow. Grew. Grown. Hang. Hung. Hung. Have. Had. Had. Hear. Heard. Heard. Hide. Hid. Hidden. Hit. 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 Hold. Held. Held. Hurt. hurt, hurt. Keep, kept, kept. Know, knew, known. Lay, laid, laid. Lead, led, led. Learn, learned or learnt, learned or learnt. Leave, left, left. Lend, lent, lent. Let, let, let. Lie, lay, lain. Lose, lost, lost. Make, made, made. Mean, meant, meant. Meet, met, met. Pay, paid, paid. Put, put, put. Read, read, read. Ride, rode, ridden. Ring, rang, rung. Rise, rose, risen. Run, ran, run. Say, said, said. See, saw, seen. Sell, sold, sold. Send, sent, sent. Set, set, set. Shine, shone, shone. Show, showed, shown. Shut, shut, shut. Sing, sang, sung. Sit, sat, sat. Sleep, slept, slept. Speak, spoke, spoken. Spell, spelled or spelt, spelled or spelt. Spend, spent, spent. Stand, stood, stood. Steal, stole, stolen. Strike, struck, struck. Swear, swore, sworn. Sweep, swept, swept. Swim, swam, swum. Take, took, taken. Teach, taught, taught. Tell, told, told. Think, thought, thought. throw, through, thrown. Understand, understood, understood. Wake, woke, woken. Wear, wore, worn. Win, won, won. Write, wrote, written.
Track 10.2.
Digital carbon footprints. Every time you send an email, a message, a photograph, or post something on social media, you save paper. However, you leave behind a trail of your digital carbon footprint. Why is this bad? You may think that the internet has no impact on the physical world, but we store all the information on different websites, apps, and social media on computer servers. These are big rooms with different equipment and computers. They all use a lot of electricity. These rooms need to be cool, so we use more equipment and more electricity to keep the temperature low. So electricity makes our lives easier and better, but its production increases our carbon footprint. These emissions heat up our planet. All information, pictures and music on the internet travel in small packets called data. So when we do an online search, the question we have typed in the computer becomes data. The computer sends this data to the servers. They then process the question and send it back to our computers as data. The faster the search engine works, the bigger the use of electricity. We use the most electricity when we watch a video online. This is because a lot of data travels to and from the server, especially if the video is high resolution. Different types of technology need different amounts of electricity to work. For example, mobile phones use electromagnetic waves. These waves need more energy to move through buildings, bad weather, and even plants. So again, the use of electricity is bigger. Cloud computing also uses a lot of energy because instead of saving your material on a memory stick or on your computer, you store it on the server. So again, more data travels back and forth between the servers and the computers using large amounts of energy. What can you do? One way to stop this waste is to always update your apps or software to make sure they are more efficient. For example, an old word processing tool needs 4 times more energy to work than a new one. Another way is to think before we click on that button. Do you really need to watch that video for the 10th time?
Track 10.3.
Fashion. In historical terms, the idea of fashion design is quite new. Charles Worth, who was from England, is thought to be the first fashion designer. He set up his fashion house in Paris in 1858. Before Worth, people usually asked dressmakers to create what they, the client, wanted. Charles Worth did the opposite. He told his customers what to wear. He set trends and established the job of a fashion designer. Design houses like his started to employ artists to sketch pictures of clothes to show their clients, instead of making complete garments, which was very expensive, especially if the client didn't like them. The clients made choices and orders from the drawings. The fashion houses started to earn a lot of money. Today, fashion houses and top designers control what we all wear, from hats to shoes and everything in between. There are 3 types of clothes that designers and manufacturers produce today. Haute couture. This is also called bespoke tailoring and is the most expensive and exclusive clothing to buy. A garment is made specifically to fit one person only. The fabric that is used is very good quality and the garment is almost completely created and sewn by hand, which takes a long time. Because of the cost of creating the clothes, haute couture doesn't make a big profit, but it is excellent for the reputation of the designer and the fashion house. Ready to wear. Ready-to-wear clothes are not as expensive as haute couture. They are produced using good quality fabrics and they are well designed and made. However, these clothes are not created for individual people, but for the general public. They are sold in standard sizes in shops. Usually, there is only a limited number of pieces of the same design. So this means that not everyone is wearing the same dress or jacket. The designer's collections of ready-to-wear clothes are shown during fashion weeks in cities around the world twice a year. Mass market. Most people buy this type of clothing. After top fashion designers show their collections in fashion weeks, the high street clothing companies wait to see which trends, styles, and colors become popular. Then, they make their own versions using cheaper materials and methods of production. These clothes don't always last very long, and people throw them away regularly and replace them.
Track 10.4.
Healthy brains. 1. Natural changes. Our brains are very complicated organs. As they get older, the nerve cells die. Connections between nerve cells are lost and the brain gets smaller and lighter. This affects all our brain functions, our memory, our thinking skills, and our emotions. However, people's brains age at different speeds. Why is that? And can we protect the brain against aging? 2. In the family? Scientists used to think that the speed of brain aging was a result of genetics, that it ran in the family, but now they say only 25% of the differences are a result of genetics. 75% are a result of our upbringing and lifestyle, so it is possible for people to do things to keep their brains young. 3. Challenge is good. Exercise plays an important role. Some exercise, such as table tennis, which is fast and competitive, and where you have to think very quickly, can improve the connections between nerve cells and affects our ability to solve problems. It can also make us happier and less depressed. Exercise like fast walking can help our memory. This might be because aerobic exercise can create new neurons. 4. Colours are important. Food, of course, is also important. Scientists believe that a particular pigment, a natural plant colouring, helps the brain stay young. It can be found in vegetables and fruit that are blue, purple and red, such as purple sweet potatoes, red cabbage, black currants, blueberries and blackberries. It is also believed to help form new nerve connections. 5. Keep learning. Research has also shown that education plays a big part in protecting our brains as we get older. The more new things we learn when we're younger, and throughout our lives, the better for our brains. Some people believe that learning a second language is one of the best ways to keep our brains healthy.
Track 10.5.
Guy Fawkes and the Gunpowder Plot. One of the most well-known national celebrations in the UK is the 5th of November. It is called Guy Fawkes Night or Bonfire Night. It commemorates an event from 1605, but not an event that happened, an event that didn't happen. If the event had taken place, English history would have been very different. It was all about religion. At that time in England, people were either Roman Catholic or Protestant, Church of England. Elizabeth I, who was a Protestant queen, treated the Catholics badly. When James I became king, although he was also a Protestant, Roman Catholics hoped he would be kinder to them. Unfortunately, this didn't happen, and a group of Roman Catholic activists planned to blow up the Palace of Westminster when the king opened Parliament. This plan was called the Gunpowder Plot. The leader of the group was Robert Catesby, and he organised the smuggling of 36 barrels of gunpowder into the basement of the building. Guy Fawkes, who was the explosives expert, stayed to light the fuse. If all this gunpowder had exploded, it would have destroyed a huge area in the centre of London. Unfortunately for the plotters, Guy Fawkes and the gunpowder were discovered at the last minute, and the plan failed. All the members of the gang were eventually found and punished. After the plot, Parliament passed an act which made the 5th of November a national day of Thanksgiving, and it has been celebrated ever since. On this day, people build bonfires and make a type of doll called the Guy, which is put on the top of the bonfire to burn. It is a festive evening with lots of fireworks and parades in many towns. The Guy represents Guy Fawkes, and the fireworks represent the explosion that didn't happen. Traditionally, children used to make the Guy and take it round the streets asking people for a penny for the Guy. However, this custom has almost disappeared. The celebrations on the 5th of November happen all round the country. However, there is one place where they don't burn a Guy. St. Peter's School in York. Guy Fawkes Old School.